discovered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
At EasyCater, we believe every workday gets better with great food. Like that morning status meeting, always better with bagels. And don't forget the coffee. Ops team working late? How about some Power Bowls to keep them going strong? Sandy's celebrating 10 years at the company. This calls for cupcakes. With EasyCater, you get a huge variety of favorite restaurants with tools to help meet dietary needs and stay on budget, all on one platform. So make every workday better with EasyCater. Start an order at easycater.com.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable.
Ooh, gas station sushi.
That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Allison Keyes. The White House confirms that the U.S. and Iranian delegations are holding face-to-face talks in Pakistan, an attempt to stabilize that 2-week-old ceasefire. The U.S.-Israeli war on Iran has hurt the global economy. CBS's MTS Tayeb.
Getting the U.S. and Iran to talk after 6 weeks of brutal war has been no easy task. Iranian cities and military infrastructure have been bombed by American and Israeli forces, and Iran has retaliated by targeting Israel and Gulf states, hosting U.S. bases across the region, as well as critical energy infrastructure.
Pope Leo XIV denounced that war in a prayer service. CBS's Chris Livesay.
Pope Leo delivered a forceful appeal for peace tonight at the Vatican. In a warning, he spoke of what he called a, quote, delusion of omnipotence driving instability, saying even the name of God is being used to justify violence. Without naming specific leaders, the Pope pushed back against the idea that war can carry any divine legitimacy, insisting instead that the Church must stand for reconciliation. Chris Livesay, CBS News, Rome.
Terrifying moments at New York's Grand Central Station as a man attacked 3 people on a subway platform with a knife. NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch says the suspect was shot and killed by police.
One of the victims, an 84-year-old man, sustained significant lacerations to the head and the face. A 65-year-old man sustained similar injuries, and a third victim suffered a laceration to the shoulder.
In a few hours in Houston, a welcome celebration for the Artemis II crew after their record-breaking trip around the moon. The world watched the spectacular splashdown last night. CBS News space contributor Bill Harwood.
You really have to hand it to the capsule, did all the flight planning and flight control at the Johnson Space Center. Really, it was everybody. It was thousands of people working for years to make this mission happen.
A bit of good news for would-be homebuyers. CBS's Michael Wallace.
Realtor.com has identified 8 metro areas where buyers have the upper hand right now. Most of them are in the South: Miami, Tampa, Orlando, Jacksonville, Atlanta, Nashville, and Austin, Texas. The outlier is Riverside, California. Sellers in those markets are slashing their asking prices, with more new listings being added every day. Realtor.com says 26% of the top 50 markets are sellers markets, 46% are balanced.
Allies of Democratic California Representative Eric Swalwell are pulling support for his campaign to become governor as he denies allegations of sexual assault and rape. Top Democrats, including Nancy Pelosi, are calling on him to quit the race. This is CBS News.
It's one of the most successful law and justice programs in television history that continues to uncover the truth. 48 Hours, Saturday on CBS and streaming on Paramount.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Here's a new way to get your little ones to chill out.
Forget Mary Poppins. There's someone new on the job.
Jessica, where are you?
Parents have discovered a mysterious hack for getting their toddlers to calm down: shouting the name Jessica in the middle of meltdowns.
Jessica! Jessica?
It worked for this mom when her little boy refused to brush his teeth.
Jessica? Come on, I gotta brush your teeth. Hurry before Jessica comes. She's gonna come. Hurry. She's gonna come.
Moms and dads say any name works. It's all about the timing and the element of surprise and confusion that can shift a toddler's attention. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
There's an expanding faith-based tech market that includes an AI Jesus who will offer words of prayer and encouragement for $1.99 a minute. That leaves some believers thinking about how technology is shaping their faith and spiritual guidance. Allison Keys, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly sunny this afternoon with a high near 60. Clear early tonight, then increasing cloud late, low near 40. Tomorrow, clouds and some sun, becoming much warmer for the afternoon, high 78. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right. Here we go. Okay. Welcome back. It's a Saturday afternoon. Michael Bartley. I'm here till 5 o'clock, so 2 hours. An hour shorter because of, that was fun listening to Jeff Hathorn and the crew. Blue and gold scrimmage game. I love college football. Love it. What a gorgeous day today, too. And Jeff was mentioning it's, people love being down there because of all this business of, the draft coming up, all of that. So listen, here's what we're doing here. Open forum. Anything you want. All right. We only have 2 hours, baby. Woo, baby. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. All right, so locally, you can talk about the draft, whatever you want. Internationally, oh man, there's a lot going on here today, actually. The U.S.-Iran peace talks are underway. J.D. Vance there, and it's taking place in Pakistan. All right, so how about this Pope? I mean, this Pope is unbelievable. Today, today he blasted Trump again, maybe in his strongest words yet. He Saturday denounced the, quote, delusion of omnipotence that is fueling the U.S.-Israel war in Iran, and demanded political leaders stop it and negotiate peace. Delusion of omnipotence. I've never heard that before. And omnipotence, of course, meaning, the unlimited influence, like you can go and do whatever you want. He did this over an evening prayer service at St. Peter's Basilica. Yeah. He said, quote, enough of the idolatry of self and money. Enough of the display of power. Enough of war. And he was like his delivery was very determined. And in the audience was the Archbishop of Tehran, who's a Belgian cardinal, Dominique Joseph Mathau. Yeah. Wow. He said, quote, it is here that we find a bulwark against the delusion of omnipotence that surrounds us and is becoming increasingly unpredictable and aggressive. Even the holy name of God, the God of life, is being dragged into discourse of death. And that's a direct hit on you-know-who, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who intimated that God was behind this act of war. Yes, indeed. And that, there's been great criticism that leaders have used religion to justify their actions in the war. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hegseth had invoked their Christian faith to cast the U.S. as a Christian nation trying to vanquish its foes. And Leo, of course, rebutted that, saying God doesn't bless any war, and certainly not those who drop bombs. Yeah. So anyway, today, Pope Leo, the delusion of omnipotence fueling the war. Enough of the idolatry of self and money, enough of the display of power, enough of war. Incredible. 866-391-1020. The other story I wanted to refer to is I was home when I was home watching one of the cable networks, I don't know. And what do you make of the Melania Trump surprise speech? Her husband says that he didn't know anything about it. And I don't know why. I know some of you get mad at me when I say this, but and I like everybody. I don't hate anybody. I don't hate anybody. No one. I don't hate Donald Trump. I disagree with him on everything, but I don't hate him. And I kind of like Melania, because I think she gets picked on a lot and made fun of in social media. I think the wackos on the left make fun of her terribly on the left. Just like the wackos on the right made fun of Joe Biden and the Obamas and on and on and on and on. It's the extremists who, hey, I'm Michael Bartley for the middle. That's me. But anyway, people are trying to figure out why she took the podium the other day. So this morning, a senior advisor to Melania Trump said she wanted to set the record straight when she delivered that surprise statement. Reporters looked at each other. They had no idea what she was going to say. They couldn't believe it was coming out of her mouth. And the advisor said if she can't stick up for herself, if she can't defend herself and make sure that her reputation is impeccable, who will do it? Nobody's done it to date. Whoa, that's kind of Isn't that kind of a slam on the president? I think. I don't know. I mean, I make stuff up in my head too, don't worry. The First Lady also called for public hearings into the Epstein controversy and to allow survivors to testify before Congress. She said, and I quote, "The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today." People are wondering what she's referring to and whether or not something might be coming that she's trying to preempt this. I don't know. The President of the United States, Donald Trump, said to reporters that he did not know the First Lady was going to make a statement today about Epstein. One of the things I like about Melania Trump is she doesn't show the president much affection in public. I don't know. I don't think she's very shy about that. They sort of, don't they have kind of an estranged relationship? I wouldn't know. Maybe you would know. I don't know. Anyway, and Trump has been trying to shift this focus away from Epstein for a long time. He calls it a Democratic hoax. Well, his wife didn't she kind of just legitimize it and solidify it? The Democratic hoax, his wife comes out and talks. Anyway, her advisors said the First Lady accomplished three things as it relates to the disgraceful Epstein. She cleared her record. I don't know about that. She set the record straight, and she debunked all the lies surrounding her and Epstein. She became a champion for these women, for the victims. Well, the victims kind of slammed her when it was all over and said and done. They kind of slammed her. And Melania Trump had said again, quote, "There are numerous fake images and statements about Epstein and me calculating on social media for years now." And people are trying to figure out what specific accusations prompted Melania Trump's remarks. A group of Epstein survivors said the First Lady, quote, "is now shifting the burden onto survivors under politicized conditions that protect those with power. The Department of Justice, law enforcement, prosecutors, and the Trump administration, which has still not fully complied with the Epstein Files Transparency Act." That's what the survivors are saying. It also diverts, this is the statement from the survivors. It also diverts attention from Pam Bondi, who must answer for withheld files and the exposure of survivors' identities. Those failures continue to put lives at risk while shielding enablers. Quote, "Survivors have done their part. Now it's time for those in power to do theirs." It's interesting, isn't it? All of it. I'm just bringing all this up because when I heard her, I was thinking to myself, why is she trying to get ahead of a story that we haven't heard about yet? And maybe that's just my journalism hat. Maybe it was on sideways. I don't know. Is she trying to head off something that is coming out? Why did the First Lady of the United States of America, and I watched it live, and people make fun of her accent, which I think is disgusting. I like how she talks. I do. And I do respect her for one thing. I've said this before. I respect her how she shielded her son from all the madness. I do. All the madness, like the Obamas did with their kids. Yeah. And and for them, and the Clintons did with their kids, and the Bushes did with their kids. And the Bidens pretty much with their kids too, except for that one kid that had the drug problem and got in trouble. But I kind of respect Melania Trump for that. I do. My issue is, what do you think motivated this? It just came out of the blue. Don't you think people, the administration, that they're in the Oval Office going, what is this? What is this? It's fascinating stuff. 866-391-1020. I'm gonna have a few more things to say about it, and then I'll get to your calls. 866-391-1020. Michael Bartley, it's great to be back with you. I wasn't here Thursday night. I'll tell you about that when I get back. Okay.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Is your roof ready for April rain? Call Home Genius Exteriors now and get 50% off all roofing materials with 0% APR and no payments till 2027. Plus, get free gutters with your new roof. Call now to schedule your free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection from one of our experts. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-U-R-GENIUS. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. See website for details.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 events to challenge your mind, enlarge your world, and make you laugh. With Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
For all station contest rules, go to kdkaradio.com/rules.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. That means more time to be artists, prom dates, world travelers, and moms. We are Blood Cancer United, the world's leading organization focused solely on blood cancer research, support, and advocacy. We do the most for more people with blood cancer, so people with blood cancer can do more of whatever they want. Blood Cancer United. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The 50,000-watt Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Michael Bartley, I know our time is kind of short today, and it's open forum. It's okay, whatever you want. But I give you some ideas. That Pope Leo, man, his words today, wow. But the Melania Trump thing, I'm not obsessed with it, but I can't figure out, and I know, I'm sure you have some opinions. What do you think she was trying to accomplish? What do you think this was about that took the White House by surprise? It took her husband, I guess, that's what he says. And the victims are sort of critical of her. And her staff is saying, like I told you, that that she's setting the record straight. Setting the record straight. Let's hear just a little bit of it from the beginning right now.
Good afternoon.
The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach. To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell.
So, then the national media, of course, looked up all the emails with Melania Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell, who's that Maxwell. Don't get me started. Don't get me started about her. So, and that she claimed that she wasn't close to her either. And then they looked up, the emails, and Melania saying, "Give me a call when you're back in New York. Have a great time. Love, Melania." Maybe she was just trying to be nice. I don't know. So she said, and you just heard that, she said, "I've never been friends with Epstein." And then, but a lot of people think that she made this thing worse because of all the pictures of all them together. No, I don't know. I mean, I go to a lot of events. I do. And if someone gets in trouble and I'm in the picture, is it guilt by association? It shouldn't be. That's not right. I get it. My point is, why did she come out now? What instigated this? What is this about? A lot of folks think she made it worse. That now that they're and did she preempt things? There's a rumor about one of her ex-friends who was a model that was tossed out of the country and this and that, and she's gonna try to release something. Who knows? I don't know, but something initiated in Melania Trump's head to come out there and preempt any more issues about, did she have a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? I'm just saying. I'm not sure that I don't know that I understand it. Do you? I don't know. And all day long on social media, all day long in the media, and it's just this is unprecedented for a first lady to make a speech on her own about such things. Can you imagine if it was Joe Biden, Obama, Laura Bush, Barbara Bush, Hillary Clinton? Oh, geez, the conservatives would go insane. Can you imagine if Nancy Reagan did some kind of speech like this? Can you imagine? I'm not saying first ladies are supposed to be seen and not heard. I love when they talk and do stuff. I love it. And I don't dislike Melania Trump. I know people do. I don't. I'm telling you, I respect the fact that she keeps that son of hers, that kid means everything to her, and keeps him. But did she do this for him? Why do you think she did this? And everyone's trying to figure this out. And they asked the President of the United States about it, and he said he didn't know that she was going to do it. Well, that kind of tells you something, doesn't it? That they kind of don't talk as much. I don't know. Maybe he would have tried to tell her not to. I don't know. You tell me. Well, we're breaking for CBS Radio News here, and then when we come back, I'll get to your phone calls. What do you think Melania Trump's... Why did she do this? 866-391-1020. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Draft weekend is coming to Pittsburgh. Kick it off at Nova Place. Join them Thursday, April 23rd from noon to 6 for a free, family-friendly afternoon with live music, DJs, games, food trucks, and local vendors. Park at the Nova Place Garage, just steps from the draft footprint. Test your skills in the mini combine, grab a drink at Federal Galley, and get ready for an unforgettable football weekend. Happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Home equity loan rates are as low as 5.25%. For full terms and to see if you qualify, visit AllegiantFCU.org. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint shipping railings. Get your railings safe again. Call 412-515-6575.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Pope Leo XIV is denouncing the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, telling a prayer service at the Vatican enough of the display of power. This as face-to-face talks between those nations are underway. CBS's MTS Tayab.
It really is going to be something to see if they're able to find some sort of common ground after 6 weeks of brutal war.
Police are investigating a triple attack at New York's Grand Central Station. WCBS-TV's Doug Williams.
Police say a man stabbed 3 people. An officer then shot the suspect who was holding a knife. He was taken to the hospital in critical condition. All 3 victims are thankfully stable.
The suspect later died. Democratic California Governor hopeful Eric Swalwell is denying accusations of sexual assault and rape.
These allegations of sexual assault are flat false. They're absolutely false. They did not happen.
They have never happened, and I will fight them with everything that I have.
CBS News Brief from Allison Keyes.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
If you want to know how good it feels to get professional paint work inside your home, go with CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard, and a big opportunity right now. Take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And remember, each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
April showers bring great savings to Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, all natural whole pork tenderloins are $2.99 a pound. In the produce department, Fresh Express Caesar salad kits, 9.8 to 10.75 ounce bags, 2 for $7. In the deli department, 3-pack street taco meals, $5.99 each. Additional savings, selected varieties of Folgers coffee, 9.6 ounce cans or 10-count K-cups, $6.99 each.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to GoodRx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Sunshine and a few clouds this afternoon with a high temperature nearing 60. Tonight will be clear early, then some clouds move in late, low 40. Tomorrow, clouds and some intervals of sun becoming much warmer for the afternoon, high 78. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Welcome back. Michael Bartley with you on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Melania Trump, you want to talk about that? The Pope again in his strongest words yet, blasting the U.S.-Israel war with Iran. Blasting. The consumer prices came out the other day. Inflation is the highest in years. You want to talk about that? Whatever you want. It's open forum. Do you understand? Yeah, it's Saturday. Because I got on late because of football, but we're doing it. We're doing it. Let's do it. Whatever you want. No worries. Okay, to the phones we go. In order. Bishop and Denora. Bishop, you're on KDK. Hi, Bishop.
All right, well, let's get started.
Okay.
First of all, Melania.
Yeah.
She's out there protecting her brand, but at the same time, I think she was put up by the White House for a distraction because, number two, this war with Iran is no more than even Steven or we did go into an unnecessary war, and I'm glad, ceasefire, but we lost. So to get that off Iran that has spilled this country into a recession because of the gas prices and everything else is high. I mean, everything. People are going into distress about these prices and so forth and so on, and job loss, etc. And here's the kicker. I asked a colleague of yours. He took the high road. He's a Catholic. You are a Catholic. I heard you talk about it a minute ago. A few minutes ago, the open segment or what have you. It's a shame and a disgrace that I told you last week that they were coming after the Pope. And they have. I understand that the Pope might be canceling a trip that he was planning on coming or just over the summer up in Chicago at Midwest.
Well, no, I know that some websites reported all that, but my understanding is the Vatican has disputed that they called in an American cardinal to lecture the Pentagon, to lecture the Pope and going against Trump. That never happened.
But that might be true. But let me just say this.
But that's what the Vatican says. That never happened. So I don't think that did.
That may be true, and you would know. The Catholic Church, they need to come out and denounce this administration. Ain't nowhere in the world you would come after the Pope. And I've said to you before, and I'm saying it again. The Pope deserves the Nobel Peace Prize for 2026, and it's a disgrace. I expect the Catholics to come out and denounce this administration for their threats towards the Pope. It's wrong. The Pope is a spiritual leader, one of the foremost spiritual leaders in the world. And the way that they have tried to come after him is pitiful. It's irreversible, the whole 9 yards. And I listen, Brother Bartlett, I don't know about you, and I'm asking you, are you denouncing this administration for coming after the Pope? You are a Catholic, and one of the very touching moments I've seen with you, I think, with Pope Francis,
but there's now. Listen, I'm being as fair as I can. There's no evidence that they tried to lecture the Pope.
There's things that they said about the Pope.
The Vatican has said that a cardinal getting called into the Pentagon to get lectured and fingers pointed at him and into the woodshed, that the Vatican said that never happened. That was a maybe a thing with the papal nuncio. They went into the Pentagon, but that's a meeting that happens every year, and the Vatican said nothing like that happened. I think some sort of peripheral media outlets ran with that story, and I don't think it was right. I don't think it was correct.
It was reported from CNN and now. So is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about that. I know what you're talking about. I kept looking it up, and it didn't seem to be. I think maybe that was a bit of fake news. I did not see it on CNN. I did not. But I'll tell you one thing. The Pope. I'll tell you this much. It's fascinating to me that they're not criticizing the Pope and his statements, because I'll tell you he let it go again today, saying this delusion of omnipotence by the United States and Israel. I guess he meant Israel too.
Well, yeah, because Israel needs to stop bombing. Listen, there's a time for peace. Listen, we all agree if Israel is attacked, then they have the right to fight back. But there comes a time where you have to lay down your weapons and try to give, as John Lennon would say in Oklahoma, give peace a chance. And that's what they need to do. All right? The Pope is right. I will say this. You can believe that the 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue is not happy with the Pope and his unwavering and powerful stance that's heard around the world, Brother Barley, and I'm very proud of the Pope. And I'll close it with this. Melania is getting ahead of herself, but at the same time, she's lying because some of those photos and other stuff with her and Epstein is real. And she knows, and listen, I'm not going to be surprised that they didn't put her up to the cause of distraction because Brother Bartley.
Because I just want to know why I'm just trying to figure out why she did it. I can't figure it out.
Because they're using her, in my opinion, they're using her as a pawn because, Brother Bartley, what has everybody been crying about the last week, 2 or 3 weeks now? The gas prices, it's affecting people's business all over the place. The truckers are having a tough time.
Oh, people are miserable. I think people are miserable. I do. I think people are miserable.
Well, why would she bring it? Why would she bring it up when you know that the Epstein files had not died down totally, but they were on a kind of like a back burner or midway per se, and then you come out? Well, I think that she's being used, and also that she is trying to distance herself. Listen, brother, she's lying. She is a connection with Epstein. I close with that. I want to hear you other, even though I'm out of town. I hope to hear you other callers. Hope Craig and Cynthia call in too. They got some information for you. All right.
Nice talking to you. Nice talking to you. I don't know. Is it possible she listen? The thing that matters most to her from what I read and what I see and what I read parts of her book is her kid. Is she worried that something's coming out that would embarrass her in front of her kid? Which, as a mother, you'd be really bent out of shape about and fearful about and insecure about. Or was this just, do you think this is just her statements were just about, as her aide said, setting the record straight? But why now? Why now? I think the last thing the President of the United States wants to talk about is Jeffrey Epstein. Don't you agree with that? He hates that topic. I think so. I think he hates that topic. I do. My, oh my. I mean, believe me. I don't know. I'm just trying to, I think everyone's trying to figure out what she was talking about and why she did it now. Look, I think it's pretty common sense. You want to distance yourself from a pig like Ghislaine Maxwell and a super pig like Jeffrey Epstein. Maybe I'm reading into it. I don't know. You tell me. 866-391-1020. Get your calls coming back.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. People often ask me why our mattresses last so long. The answer is simple. We build them right. Not only are OMF mattresses durable, they give you peace of mind from day one. When you invest in a mattress from OMF, you're investing in better sleep tonight and smart savings for years to come. No more frequent replacements, no more wasted time shopping. To learn more about the true value of durability, visit originalmattress.com and read our latest blog on getting the most from your mattress investment.
At the Original Mattress Factory, we know that convenience is key. That's why we've made mattress shopping simple and stress-free. Shop in-store or online, whatever works best for you. No high-pressure sales tactics or fake promotions. Our prices are clearly marked, and we openly compare our products to other brands. With our streamlined selection, you won't be overwhelmed by duplicate options, and our 365-day comfort policy provides for peace of mind. Experience the ease of buying factory direct. Visit OMF today for better sleep tonight.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight-loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
What do you think Melania Trump's motivations are? Why did she do that? I think she caused more of a stir than she did settling people down. I don't know. I'd love to know what your view is on that. 866-391-1020. Okay, we're going to go to Rush in East McKeesport. Hi, Rush.
How'd you know it was me? The girl never asked for my name.
Wait, I knew it was you. Yeah, I think you came up. I don't know. I think you did.
I ain't making a halupkis or nothing.
Oh man, I knew that was you, and I thought, oh man, I thought you were going to call and say you have some leftover stuffed cabbages. I want to come over and grab them. How come you didn't make halupki? Did you have some for Easter?
No, I didn't. I just had a ham. And that's just me.
We had a great ham too. Didn't you have any kielbasa and sauerkraut?
No, I just do that on New Year's.
Wait, did she make the cookies? Your girlfriend?
The ham with the leftover ham.
Oh, that leftover ham.
Call it Filitsky.
Oh man,
that's ham and noodles, not cabbage and noodles. Ham and noodles.
Those hams this year were expensive, weren't they?
I got mine for $1.19 a pound at Shop and Save. Then you could get it the next week. Giant Eagle had it for $99 a pound.
Oh, that wasn't bad. Then that wasn't bad.
That's the cheapest they've ever been. Hey, getting to the crux of the point here.
Yeah.
I think that what I read into her saying that. Now, I heard you say that those ladies don't want to talk before Congress. Yes, they do. And she made the comment to Congress to open up, let these.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting too. I did.
I think she's just. I think there's a little trouble in paradise there. I think she's about. I don't know if it'll be Onassis that comes to a rescue, but I think she's about ready to flip the boat on Donald because I'm so far down a rabbit hole on Epstein. If she's 1/50th of the stuff that I know, well, then she'd already left them. Plus the fact, don't forget Stormy Daniels.
I know. I remember all that. I do.
Oh, well, do you know what happened there?
Oh, yes, I do. But wait, he was with Stormy Daniels. Yeah, well, she was pregnant. I mean, I knew. Yeah, but wait.
Okay.
Go ahead, Rush.
Well, she can only take so much. No, he's gone off the deep end, Mike.
If he's telling the truth, but if he's telling the truth that he didn't know she was going to make this statement and this speech, I find that would be like extraordinary, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no, I don't believe that. That's impossible.
I would think.
So there was something a little bit funny there. Now, on the Pope, do you know she just became Catholic in 2017?
Who did?
Melania Trump. With Pope Francis. She had a meeting with Pope Francis personally. You can Google it. And she became Catholic. Now, do you realize this past Easter Sunday, talking about ham, that there was a cardinal and there was only about 6 Christians at the site of the Holy Sepulchre, and they weren't allowed in. The Israelis didn't let them in. First time in 2000.
I know that. I do. I know that. That would cause a lot of... Yeah, and that Cardinal Pizzaballa, they wouldn't let him in. But Netanyahu changed his mind and said, and Netanyahu said, let them in, let them in.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
Yeah.
Pope Francis, he used to call every night at 7 o'clock, and he would have a mass. I'm not Catholic. I'm thinking of becoming one, to tell you the truth.
You know what? There's a huge story. There's stories out there, and I'm not trying to promote anybody's faith. I don't care what you are. I just want to be friends. The Catholic Church is getting a lot of people are becoming Catholic. The numbers are way up over the last few years because the Catholic Church was, left for dead, and because of its arrogance, and it's making a major comeback.
Oh yeah. But So she, and then when Pope Francis died, now Israel was going to send a delegation there. I watched the whole procession. Trump was sitting next to Macron, and Zelensky was there, down a few seats from them. And Israel was going to send a delegation, and Netanyahu at the end wouldn't let them go. He said that Pope Francis was an anti-Semite. Now, you can Google that, too. I mean,
for the record, by the way, Melania Trump is the first Catholic First Lady since Jackie Kennedy.
Right, but she just became Catholic.
I know she did.
2017, because Trump, who in the hell knows what Trump is?
I don't think he's any religion, is he? I've never.
He's not.
I don't see that. He doesn't go to a church or anything.
Did you ever see his spiritual advisor?
I mean,
Paula White Kane. She's married to the keyboard player for the band Journey. Her third marriage. She's Trump's top spiritual advisor. Google her. She's jumping around speaking in tongues. Hey, I've known people that speak in tongues. I don't have nothing against that. The Pentecostal.
Me neither. I don't care. I don't care what your faith is. I don't care if you're. I don't care if you're Muslim, Jew. I don't care what you are. I don't care.
Exactly.
Hey, Rush.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
But I'm not into wars.
Hey, Rush. Me neither.
Okay, Michael.
Listen.
Hey, good talk.
Wait a minute. Let me make a point.
Oh.
I don't see. Let me just tell you something. I've been reading a lot about. I'm revisiting Ronald Reagan because I liked him. I did.
I did too.
Yeah, and because he was authentic, and some of the things he did, I don't listen. I don't know a president that I agree with on everything. Never, ever.
Well,
and that's unrealistic. Oh, my parents loved JFK, but listen.
I'm older.
But Ronald Reagan, when he went to church every Sunday as president, and he was so happy. And Carter and Clinton and Bush's, and they all went to. I never see Donald Trump going to church. Do you?
No,
I don't. No, I don't. But Melania Trump is Catholic. You're right.
Check out Paula White. Yeah, but she wasn't. She just converted.
I know she did.
Whatever she was.
Interesting stuff. I'll tell you.
Check out Paula White. Our president's top spiritual advisor.
All right, I'll do it.
Between her and Hagee, and there's a couple fruitcakes.
Oh, man. Hey, Rush, thanks a lot for the call. I appreciate it. Truly a good call. Good call. I don't know. I'm just curious. Maybe he's right too. I don't know. Trouble in paradise. I'm just. What was her motivation for this? Melania Trump, 866-391-1020. News coming up. I'll be back and getting your calls when I return.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor. Very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. You know, it's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city. This is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kenotic and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss Orthodox Easter traditions and leftover ham recipes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Vice President Vance and Iranian Democrats in Pakistan are ongoing, aimed at shoring up a 2-week ceasefire. There are also hopes to find a way to end the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. CBS's MTS Tayab.
They want to create a space in which the U.S. and Iran can find a path forward after such a devastating war, which has not only caused enormous damage to Iran with those U.S. and Israeli strikes, but of course the region. Iran retaliating by targeting U.S. military infrastructure across the Gulf, but also Gulf states as well.
More now from the BBC's Joel Gunther.
We've seen a scaling back of Israeli strikes in Lebanon, and we understand that followed pressure from President Trump and the U.S. administration. But there's no real sense that that equates to the prospect of a real ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah.
In Rome,
la vera forza si manifesta nel servire la vita.
Pope Leo speaking out about that war, demanding that political leaders negotiate peace. President Trump has justified the conflict in religious terms. In New York City, police shot and killed a man after a triple stabbing at Grand Central Station. NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch.
The individual was armed with a large knife, described as a machete, and was behaving erratically, repeatedly stating that he was Lucifer.
Within the hour, the hero crew of the Artemis II is set to be welcomed back from his historic fly-around of the moon. CBS News space contributor Bill Harwood on what's next for NASA.
When they first went to the moon in Apollo, it was to plant the flag and put boots on the moon and beat the Soviet Union. It was a space race. This time around, they want to go to stay because they believe there are resources on the moon that can be extracted, and the moon could then serve as a jumping-off point for future missions to Mars and out into deep space.
Charges in an arson fire at a California warehouse. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
A video posted to social media shows someone holding a lighter and igniting pallets of toilet paper in a Kimberly-Clark warehouse on Tuesday. The person is heard saying, "Should have paid us more." 29-year-old Shamal Abdul Karim has been arrested and charged with multiple felony arson-related charges.
A shiny new ride is going to cost much more than a pretty penny. New vehicles now cost an average of $50,000. That's up 30% over the past 6 years. That means more people are taking out loans of up to 7 years. Some automakers are just trying to sell more SUVs and pickup trucks. This is CBS News.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
It seems that taxing unhealthy drinks doesn't stop people from buying them.
A New York University study says soda taxes in some cities don't change what people buy at fast food windows. Pascal Rumo analyzed receipts from 7,000 Taco Bells.
What we found was that 6 sugary drink tax policies didn't change the calories that people purchased from beverage transactions in drive-through settings.
Rumo says customers buying combo meals don't notice drink prices the way they do in convenience stores.
If a tax in a fast food restaurant setting were more noticeable, it probably would change behavior.
Brad Gibson for CBS News.
Thousands are in California for the sold-out Coachella Festival.
Is it too late now to say sorry?
And it's unlikely that headliner Justin Bieber is really sorry, as he's being featured in the show for 2 Saturdays in a row. Bieber is returning to the stage after a 4-year break after ending a tour over health concerns. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know the KDKA has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife, Shelley, and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travel with KDK.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly sunny this afternoon with a high near 60. Clear early tonight, then increasing cloud late, low near 40. Tomorrow, clouds and some sun, becoming much warmer for the afternoon, high 78. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh, Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
If you want to get in on the conversation, you better hurry up. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. Do you see any positives coming out of the U.S.-Iran peace talks in Pakistan today? What do you think of the Pope again blasting the Trump administration about this war? Saying stop with the delusion of omnipotence. Wow. And then, you know, a lot of the callers want to talk about Melania. And I kind of like her. I can't help it. I don't know. I like how she keeps her kid away from the madness. I do. But what was her motivation to go on camera the other day? And her husband saying he didn't know she was doing it. She brings up Epstein, and then everyone's going on again and chit-chatting. And what was that about? Is she trying to preempt something? Is something big coming out? Is she really just wanted to distance herself and say, you know, set the record straight that she didn't know Epstein, and then we see all these pictures? I don't know. I think that anybody involved with the Epstein thing, it's like, I don't know if you can win. I don't know if you can clarify or set any record straight. Because it just brings up more and more and more suspicion, confusion, and all the rest. That's just me. You tell me, why do you think she did that? What do you think? 866-391-1020. Gary in Kentucky. Gary. Hi, Gary.
Hello, Mr. Michael.
How are you, Mr. Gary?
Second time caller.
Are you are you at the racetrack again?
Yeah, but I didn't go today.
Oh.
There were so many people yesterday in the college. It was college day yesterday.
Oh, it was?
Boy,
where at Churchill or at Keeneland or what?
No, Keeneland.
Yeah,
Keeneland. I'll be
okay.
going to, Keeneland. Beautiful.
Keeneland's gorgeous, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but you know something? Better people. I guess these people are better at it than me, but boy, they're so loud and they get, you know, not all, most are okay, but some get obnoxious. That's terrible.
What,
but
because
anyway,
of the drinking? Because of the drinking?
It's a combination, probably, that, and they're young. They're young, and they're with their girlfriends. And
they're showing off, and they're showing off for their friends, and their girlfriends.
I'm not making judgments.
I'm not throwing stones either, Gary. You know why? You know why I'm not throwing stones? Because we were college kids once, and we were probably we were probably worse. I was probably worse. I was worse.
Were you?
Probably.
Well.
Oh, I was drunky wonky. I was drunky wonky for sure.
I was worse than Trump chasing women.
Oh, I was drunky wonky. Did you smoke marijuana in college? Did you smoke marijuana?
No, I never smoked it.
Wow, we smoked a lot of we smoked marijuana. Oh my.
All I did, I was addicted to chasing women.
That's all right. So we're all my friends. Don't worry.
Yeah, but no. Yeah, well, I was addicted though. I mean, it was sure.
I don't have. You know what? I don't have any regrets.
I always was a gentleman. Do I have any regrets?
I don't have any regrets about carrying on in college. I don't think I do.
Oh, no, not that. I didn't go to college.
Yeah, but I mean, in those days, at that age, you know, in those days.
Oh, yeah, I totally understand. Yeah, right. So, if you don't mind me, how you've been? I mean, you're a man I greatly admire.
Oh, you're wonderful. You're a wonderful person. Did you buy any horses? Did you buy any horses when you were there? Did you invest?
No. Michael, it took me a long time. Sometimes it takes a person a long time, right? I'm not the only one to develop in where they should have been a while back.
Yeah, I got you. That's all right. Don't worry. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all right. No. Hey, you know where I went today? Do you mind if I say?
No. Go ahead. Where?
I'll cut to the chase. I was over the 35th time. I visited Secretary's grave at Claiborne
Farms
in Paris, Kentucky. Paris, Kentucky. is a great place to visit.
When you go onto that property, can anybody just drive up there to see Secretariat's grave?
Yes, I drove right. Great. That's a wonderful question. The gate was open. Matter of fact, today they had a group of people touring. I drove right in. So years ago, you could drive right in. There never anybody. Never anybody ever bothered me. Now they got the gate locked, but today it was open because they had a group of people, and I drove right in.
Is it private property?
Private in the sense of,
like, whose property is it? Is it a cemetery for horses?
It's Claiborne Farm.
Okay, I know, but and they were the owners of Secretariat, right?
They were the owners. Penny Chenery. Penny Chenery was the owner of Secretariat, not Claiborne Farm.
Yeah.
Claiborne Farm is where Secretariat is buried, and he retired there.
And when you went up there today, there were other people there.
Yeah, it was Saturday. It makes sense. There was a group of people, but yeah, they had a tour. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
The Derby's not too far away. That's about a month from now, right?
I wish I could send you some pictures. I've got so many pictures. I wish I could send them. I could send you a few.
Secretariat was the greatest. I'm sure people try to go and check that out.
Oh, he was. No question about it.
Is there like a statue?
Anyway,
all right, go ahead.
Yeah, you know something that's very interesting. That's that they erected a statue of Secretariat in the middle of Paris, Kentucky, 3 years ago.
Wow.
If you ever get a chance, it'd be a great thing to do.
I would love to see that. Love it.
It's only, and I'll get to my answer, what you're talking about, Melania. It's only 27 miles north of Lexington.
Well, that's what I figured,
It is.
I wouldn't think it would be that far, no. Mm-mm.
No, it's not. It's very easy to get to. It's only 3 miles. It's only a couple miles outside the town.
Wow.
You cross these railroad tracks, and you go about a mile and a half. It's right on the left.
I'll be darned.
It's, yeah. So about Melania Trump, if I may comment.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Melania, I agree with what she did. Of course, I don't know exactly, but I'm willing to speculate that she did it for the best reason of all. She felt her integrity was being questioned. That's why I think she did it.
I think you're probably right. I do. I don't have any problems with her. Do you?
No, I don't think she made.
Don't you get the feeling that those two? Don't you get the feeling those two don't get along?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, who knows? I don't know.
I don't think so. I will say this: Donald Trump is not in front of me. So to be fair, he's not in front of me. But if I ever had the chance, you want to hear what I would ask him? I'm going to be frank with you.
Yeah.
As much as I can. But what I'm going to say is like sending him a message. Say he was in front of me, okay?
Yeah.
All right? I'd say, Donald, Mr. Trump. I wouldn't say Mr. President. Do you agree with me in whole or part the following statement I'm going to make? To be a real man, you must be a real gentleman first. That's what I would say, though.
That's really interesting. Wow.
You know that message sent. You know the message I'm sending, right?
Yeah, I do. I don't know if Donald and Melania get along too well. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know.
You just kind of there's a weird vibe when they're together.
Yeah, but maybe they're physically attracted to one another.
Maybe, I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. But
well, it's none of my business.
I know, but that's none of my business either. But I kind of like her. I do. I kind of like her. She stays out of the fray and she keeps that kid out of it. I'll tell you, and I respect her for that.
I do too. And in closing, what's important to her is important. What should be important to anybody to have some class about you.
Yeah.
And I do think I do. Huh?
Yeah, I agree, and I mean, She has a lot of chances to.
You know, this whole. Am I interrupting you?
No, me? No, not at all. No.
I'm getting it emotional right now. I mean, I'm just telling you, this is also what's going on in America. I mean, I'm going to bring up my age again. I'll be 81 in September, okay?
Wow, you don't sound it.
I know. I'm very, very lucky. You're too lucky, Michael.
You're 2 years older than you're 2 years older than Trump, but he's going to be 80 coming up here in a few months.
Our country. Let me ask you a question. I'm curious. I used to think we're not upside down.
Oh.
Not complete. I'm beginning to think: Are we basically upside down?
We are upside down, tossed around, and sideways, and upside down again.
Yeah.
Believe it.
Yeah.
Gary, I have to run here. Hey, listen.
All righty.
Have a good weekend in Kentucky. Thanks. All right, 866-391-1020. Be right back.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
I still remember the first time CertaPro painters did their magic in my kitchen. Professional, beautiful, no worry. Loved everything about it. So there was the next room, and even outside. And know that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. It's so easy. And take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. So go with CertaPro Painters.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to GoodRx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, welcome back. Michael Bartley with you on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA. 866-391-1020. Here we go. Back to the phones. Dick, I'm going to get to you. Don't you worry towards the end there. Cynthia in Florida. Hi, Cynthia.
Good afternoon. If anybody mentioned the name Amanda Ungaro.
Yeah, I know that name. That's the one I referred to. Is she the one threatening that she kind of threatened that she's going to come out with? Is that what that is?
Yeah, I had mentioned it when Lenny was on. I mentioned her name to him, but I was thinking that something terrible was going to come out. But I was thinking Netanyahu would unleash it on him because he doesn't seem to be getting his way these days. But yeah, this girl was trafficked here, and she was like 16 by a guy named Jean-Luc Brunel. He was one of these so-called modeling agents who was securing women for Jeffrey Epstein. She flew in on his plane, and several years later, she met another one of Trump's friends. His name was Dampoli. Okay, long story short, she and her husband, well, no, they weren't married, but they'd been together for quite a long time. They got into a custody dispute over their son. He apparently called ICE on her, and Trump probably had something to do with it, her getting picked up. She got deported to Brazil. And it was just the other night I found out that she had been posting on the Twitter page, which is now X, directly to Melania, telling her, you better watch yourself. I know all your secrets. I know all about you and your Trump pedophile husband, all of that. But that's why Melania had to rush out and make this.
And I see the speculation of all of that on social media.
Well, yeah, I looked at the page, and she started doing this before Melania all of a sudden rushed out and made her statement. And again, I've said to you about Melania. She lied on her visa application. So what's fair is fair. They want to kick everybody else who lied on their visa application or made a mistake or worked it. Well, the same should apply to her. And it's a shame that her son now has been witness all of this. It's Trump's fault, and now it's her fault. And the woman was mad that Melania didn't try to help get her out of ICE custody. So I don't know what else this woman knows about Melania.
Is it clear in your mind? Do you believe? Because you're a bright lady. You've called into my show a million times. You're very bright. Is it clear in your mind that Melania did this, face the cameras, to preempt something from this woman?
Yes, absolutely.
That this woman has the equivalent of a smoking gun on Melania and or her husband.
Yes, and before I even thought about her because I knew she was deported, but I was thinking it was Netanyahu, blasting her because he's got all the Epstein files. I didn't think that it was about this woman that has something on her, but that's why she rushed out to try to dodge culpability. This woman is in Brazil. She's supposed to give an interview on some, Brazilian.
Yeah, she's Brazilian. Yeah. She's supposed to give an interview when?
Tomorrow. To one of the La Paz, one of the largest newspapers. So I hope she has good security because too many people have died around these folks. There are a lot of these women who were trafficked that wound up dead, jumping out of windows, et cetera, et cetera. So I wouldn't have stayed with Donald if I had, heard that he had raped children. I don't care how much money he had. Well, you know what? I'd have left him and taken half his money. I wouldn't have stayed with him.
Well, we don't know that. There's no evidence, public evidence that he did anything illegal.
Oh, yes, there is.
On the Epstein case?
Yes, they gave these, a couple of these girls gave FBI statements, and they were interviewed 3 or 4 times. But people didn't proceed with the investigation. One of the girls backed out because she was getting death threats. Oh, yeah, there's enough. So if I was Melania, I would have left him. I'd taken my son. We'd have gone back.
I want to know. And again, we're speculating. I'm speculating. I think you're speculating. I want to know why. Because it wasn't clear, and a lot of people thinking she made it worse. Cynthia, thanks for the call. I'm going to get to news. Thanks so much.
Okay.
All right. Call me anytime. I want to know why she did this. I don't know. Phone line's open as of now, 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. I just found it just to be strange. Is something coming out? I don't know. All right, CBS Radio News coming up, and then I'll be back and get to your calls. Michael Bartley, KDKA. Every family vacation looks different. Maybe this year it's ocean waves in Myrtle Beach. Maybe it's lake mornings in Deep Creek. Maybe it's palm trees and turquoise water in St. Thomas. Wherever your next memory takes you, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the space, comfort, and experiences that bring everybody together. And when you book direct, you get the best homes at the best price without the extra fees. Start planning your next trip at SWAC, SWACK vacations.com. That's SWACvacations.com.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Oh my goodness, let's go! Don't let me down, don't sell me out, don't blow my cover, don't fall apart, yeah, come on, don't tell me now.
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at Y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Face-to-face talks between the U.S. and Iran are underway in Pakistan. CBS's Imtiaz Tyab.
We understand that the Iranian delegation is quite large, some saying up to 70 people at various levels.
This comes during a ceasefire in the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran. Investigators say police shot and killed a man accused of stabbing 3 people at a major New York subway station. Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch.
All 3 victims were transported to Bellevue Hospital
individual, based on current information, their injuries are not believed to be life-threatening at this time.
In a social media post, California governor candidate Eric Swalwell says he will fight allegations that he sexually assaulted a woman twice, including once when she worked for him.
I've certainly made mistakes in judgment in my past, but those mistakes are between me and my wife. And to her, I apologize deeply for putting her in this position.
CBS News Brief, I'm Heather Bosch.
Beat the spring cleaning rush with Zero Res. This week, flash sale, $50 per room of carpet clean for unlimited rooms and whole system duct cleaning for just $5.99. Visit ZeroResPGH.com.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Draft weekend is coming to Pittsburgh. Kick it off at Nova Place. Join them Thursday, April 23rd from noon to 6 for a free, family-friendly afternoon with live music, DJs, games, food trucks, and local vendors. Park at the Nova Place Garage, just steps from the draft footprint. Test your skills in the mini combine, grab a drink at Federal Galley, and get ready for an unforgettable football weekend. Happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Home equity loan rates are as low as 5.25%. For full terms and to see if you qualify, visit AllegiantFCU.org. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint shipping railings. Get your railings safe again. Call 412-515-6575.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
It's spring. That means birthdays, anniversaries, graduations, Mother's Day, and fresh, colorful spring flowers from OliverFlowers.com. Family-owned Oliver Flowers, celebrating spring for 96 years. Order online for free delivery in their service area. OliverFlowers.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Sunshine and a few clouds this afternoon with a high temperature nearing 60. Tonight will be clear early, then some clouds move in late, low 40. Tomorrow, clouds and some intervals of sun becoming much warmer for the afternoon, high 78. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Welcome back to the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK. Michael Bartley. If it's Saturday, it's Michael Bartley for the middle. Yes, indeed. We like that middle of the road position politically. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. We have fun on Saturdays. We do, and we show respect. We don't disrespect each other. No, we do not, because I won't have it. I know you have strong opinions. So do I. That's America. Absolutely. And if you're going to go home and cry about it, forget it. Don't join us. You know, we have a good time here. Yes, we do. And I get more Trumper calls than anything else on Saturdays because we get along. And that's just fine. Fine with me. No problem. This is America. What are you going to do? You know what I mean? I think in the next election, you'll be crying like I had to cry last time. Don't worry. We'll see what happens. I don't know. 866-391-1020. Speaking of one of my Trumper supporters, Brian in Munhall. Brian, hey, how you doing, buddy?
Hi, Michael. Fine.
Good.
How are you today?
I'm good. You sound good. It's a nice day.
Thank you. Beautiful.
I know.
Hey, Michael. I'd like to prepare for you. The other host also, Rob Pratt, Colin Dunlap. I write things down. I'm retired now. I read what I consider are trustworthy. Some are print publications. Some are online. Hey, do you mind though? I don't do this very often, but maybe I might call out. Last week, I believe it was on Rob Pratt's show. I don't remember the caller's name. I won't do that. But he said the Trump family and his sons are basically grifters. And we know what that term means, right?
Correct.
You're making money, extortion, bribery, that kind of thing. Well, a lot of times, you know what? I think the Democratic Party forgets that Joe Biden's crackhead son went over, who has no business experience other than Craig saying he's an attorney, went over to Ukraine or whatever, that Burisma thing. And the same thing when Joe Biden had the prosecutor fired because he wouldn't, you're not going to get the money until you have the prosecutor fired. I mean, that's grifting also. I mean, would you agree?
Go ahead.
No, okay, here's one last thing. Ashley Biden, Joe Biden's daughter, said in her diary that he showered with her when she was under 18.
Okay, don't bring that up. That we all know that was a lie.
Well, they found the diary. The diary.
Okay, that's been debunked. Move on, Brian. Move on.
Okay, here's one more.
Brian, you're better than that. Move on. You're better than that. Move on.
Tara Reid was a staffer when Joe Biden was a senator. She claims he molested her. She fled to Europe.
Okay, Brian, you're better than that. What prompted you to bring those things up?
You know why? What Cynthia just said from Florida.
About what?
That's all unproven. Until you bring it out in court, it's not proven.
And I corrected her because I totally disagree with her. There's no direct evidence, Donald Trump. There's no direct evidence. I mean, do people gossip about that? Yes, there's no direct evidence, and I didn't. I cautioned her, and I put the lid on that, and I'm putting the lid on what you're saying too. None of that's true.
Just one more thing.
Sure.
You know, Jeffrey Epstein is becoming like akin to. Weren't there a couple mysterious deaths under the Clinton administration? Ron Brown, Vince Foster.
Yes.
They've never been investigated thoroughly, as far as I know.
As far as I know, they had been, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, you know what? I didn't want to waste your. I don't want to be vindictive.
Brian, don't. No need to be apologetic. I know that you're defending your guy. I do. Let me ask you though. What do you think Melania Trump's motivation was the other day?
Okay, I think I
did you watch it? Did you watch it?
No, I don't think. But you're referring to there's no what was it? There's no mention of her or Trump or a relation to Jeffrey Epstein. Is that
correct?
Is that what it was about?
Yes. You want me to play it for you?
It's up to you.
All right, I'm going to play it for you. I'm going to play it for you.
Sure.
I'm going to play it for you right now. Here it is.
The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach.
Okay, Brian, did you hear that? Brian, are you there? Oh, geez, okay. I think he left me there. Maybe he didn't want to respond to it. I don't know. Brian, you can call back if you want. 866-391-1020. We lost you there. If you wanted to respond to it. But, look, all I'm asking is what do you think her motivation was? And then the Trump people want to relitigate. conspiracy theories about Joe Biden, we're not doing that. No, I don't do that. And I'm not doing conspiracy theories about Donald Trump either. I'm not doing it. I don't do it. I don't do conspiracy theories. So, but the Melania Trump thing is just fascinating to me. Why did she come out there out of nowhere to do this? I think, and I'm going to say it again, is something coming up down the road that's going to make her look bad, relating to Epstein and or that pig. They're both pigs. Epstein and Maxwell, pigs. And then she did this to go on the offensive and preempt what might be coming out. Did that cross your mind? That crossed my mind, I'll tell you. Oh, yes, it did. It certainly sure did. I'm just saying. I don't know. You know, her aide, because the media went crazy because this just came out of the blue. They had no idea what she was going to be addressing. And she called for, but, you know, I give it to her. She called for public hearings into the Epstein controversy to allow survivors to testify before Congress if they wish to do so. The survivors are saying now that they're putting the onus on them when they think it's the people in power should be getting to the bottom of this. And that the Justice Department and the Trump administration isn't following the law in releasing everything they needed to release. These accusations aren't going to end. The Epstein thing isn't going away. You better get used to it. And I don't know how it ends. I just don't. You know, and the First Lady's aides are saying, you know, she cleared the record. I don't know how she did. Some people think she's making it worse. They think she's making it worse. And again, I like her. I like Melania Trump. I can't help it. And I know, you know, people on the left get mad at me for saying that, but I do. I like her. I think she's okay. I think she's, you know, but the jury's out. I'm going to have to wait and see. I don't know. If Donald Trump's telling the truth that he didn't know anything about her, she was going to come out and say this. Isn't that evidence those two don't talk? That their relationship is very odd. Which wouldn't surprise me at all. Really wouldn't. It just wouldn't. All right, I have one more segment coming up. And Dick and Dayton, you're going to be my last caller, which I'd like to do because you're always so positive on this Saturday afternoon. Thanks, callers, for all that stuff. And believe me, we're going to get to the bottom of a lot more subjects. Don't you worry. Later in the week when I'm here, I had a short segment here today, 2 hours, because of football, which I love. I love listening to it. So I'll be back with Dick from Dayton for a final word. All right, and we'll go from there. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
April showers bring great savings to Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, USDA Choice boneless chuck shoulder steaks or roasts are $5.99 a pound. In the produce department, easy to peel clementines, 3-pound bags, $2.99 each. In our deli department, Silver Star ham off the bone is $6.99 a pound. And additional savings, Turkey Hill ice cream, 48-ounce containers, $3.99 each.
Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Go back in time at Ian Miller Antique Mall in Verona, where you can save 20% during their April spring sale through April 15th. Find that toy or doll from your childhood when you browse 4 floors of antiques from over 100 vendors with new items added daily. Ian Miller Antique Mall is at 614 East Railroad Avenue, Verona. Open Tuesday to Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. The April spring sale runs through April 15th. Call 412-828-3288 and like them on Facebook.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, welcome back. My last segment, and I like to keep a lot of times Dick from Dayton. Yes, indeed. I'd like to keep him as the last caller because he gives us such positive energy. Do you understand that, Dick? So you can't be calling in the beginning. You have to call at the end.
Yeah. Well,
I like to have you on Saturday evening, especially to give us the last word because you're such a positive person. Now I have to ask you something. I know you want to talk about something, but I have to ask you a question. Did you watch the astronauts splashdown last night? I did.
Yes, that is history being made. I've always believed back to Kennedy, the spacecraft, they were fought, Kennedy and Castro. And you know what I used to like? My dad worked at the base, and I love it. He worked on the planes. But I always liked the space shuttles, didn't you?
Me too, and I just loved that last night. The drama of it, the excitement. Yeah. And I got nervous. Until those parachutes come out, I got nervous a little bit, and then they did, and then to think that capsule travels with those heat shields 24,000 miles an hour, and the heat is 5,000 degrees. I just can't imagine the materials they use to keep those astronauts safe. Oh my, but it was beautiful.
Yeah.
It's really something.
I look at this day and I say to myself, I told your screener I have a birthday on next Tuesday.
Oh, you do? Happy birthday.
It was same day on the radio station as iHeartRadio, Pete Rose. And I want to say that I think I owe my family from coming from up north, my grandmother and things, but I had a lot of cousins, and we were happy back then in high school and stuff, but I just want to thank myself for following my dad, my uncle's dream, and my friends here,
to playing the banjo and still play at this age. And music I love, and talk radio I love, and sports. And my
I know you
my
do.
cousin, my friends just think that they like it because I bring what is it called, a pick me up, as they say. But I'm just so proud of my playing music, meeting new friends, and just entertaining people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I got to tell you, they're so grateful that you do that, because that's why I like to have you a lot of times at the end of the show, because you get us going and we feel good about life, and because you're just a good all around guy. What are you gonna do for your birthday?
I think Heather or somebody, they're taking me somewhere, or my friend.
For dinner? For dinner?
Oh, yeah. I usually go, if I want to go anywhere, it's Marion's, the best pizza place.
You like pizza?
Here.
You like pizza?
Well, yeah, I do, but I miss my aunt. This time of year, she would have had spaghetti and all that.
Oh, I love spaghetti and meatballs. Oh, man. Wait,
in
Dick.
the tradition.
I know.
I'll tell you who's the Pittsburgh Banjo Band. You ever hear them?
Who? The Pittsburgh Banjo Band? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, you tell him there's a guy, there was Barb, and I can't think, Barb knew me, Barb and Fred. They used to come every, year to the, you know what I mean, in April, the Banjarama. But I just, everybody, couple of people come up today and gave me a card. This is for Dick, and Maddie couldn't believe it. And here's come another person, and there's your buddy, and he bought me a cup of coffee.
Oh, that was so nice.
CDs.
Hey, Dick, wait a minute. What do you like on your pizza?
Pepperoni, mushrooms, and cheese.
Oh, that's it? Oh.
Yep.
I don't do the pepperoni much anymore. It gives me heartburn, but that's okay. I like that.
Hey, if you're ever down in Ohio, make sure you guys, or Rob or anybody, I'm at Stony Ridge Living. It's in Washington Church Road, 45432. But if you ever get a chance, just come here and just say hi.
I will. Don't worry.
Anybody that comes, you know what I mean?
Are they going to have a birthday cake?
I want to salute Margot.
Oh, Margot loves you. Are they going to have a birthday cake for you on Tuesday?
I imagine. I've got a lot of cards. It's kind of nice, buddy. I appreciate you all.
Of course. You're a nice man. All right, now give us the last word so we have a nice weekend. Give us the last. Dick from Dayton, something positive. Give it to us.
It takes a worried man to sing a worried song. It takes a worried man to sing a worried song. Takes a worried man to sing a worried song. I'm worried now. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm worried now. I played that yesterday, and I don't know.
That's going to be. Wait a minute. That's going to be my new end of my Saturday 5 o'clock end of show theme song. Do it one more time. Just do it one more time for me right now.
It takes a worried man. I got a girl named Sue out of town. I got a girl named Sue miles out of town. I got a girl Sue out of town, and I won't be very long. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Oh, Dexter.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Dick, you're the best.
Heather says she can't believe it. We better keep Dick. She said, he can sing and yodel and dance.
It takes a worried man.
Man to sing. Did you like that?
I love that's going to be my new theme song. Don't you worry. Hey, Dick, it's a beautiful evening. Have a great evening, my friend, okay?
See ya.
Okay, see you, Dick. Happy birthday.
Bye-bye.
Happy birthday. Yeah, and I'll wish him another happy birthday this week when I'm back on the air. Now you know why I love to end my show with Dick from Dayton. He's the greatest, isn't he? Isn't he the best? Huh? Isn't he the best? He is the best. Believe it. Yep. Yeah, I'm on Wednesday and Thursday this week too. So, yeah. I love ending the show with Dick from Dayton. So anyway, we had a short show today. No big deal. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. Yeah. We like to get to the nitty gritty. That's okay. Anyway, I'll be back Wednesday, 6 to 10, Thursday, 6 to 10, And then on Saturday again, 2 to 5. As we get closer and closer to the NFL draft. I have friends coming in from out of town. It's going to be a blast. All right, we'll talk more this week. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh. Thanks so much, KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor, very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. It's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city, this is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight-loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. You can save up to 20% on Gravely commercial mowers during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event going on now through the 19th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Heather Bosch. Historic face-to-face talks between the U.S. and Iran are underway in Pakistan. The latest from CBS's Imtiaz Tayyab in Islamabad.
The fact that these talks are going has some here in Islamabad believing that these talks could maybe even stretch into a second day. That is not confirmed, but again, these talks are moving forward and they appear to be progressing.
This comes just days after a 2-week ceasefire in the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran was announced. Pope Leo today delivering his strongest remarks yet against the war. CBS's Chris Livesay.
Pope Leo delivered a forceful appeal for peace tonight at the Vatican. In
In a warning, he spoke of what he called a, quote, delusion of omnipotence, driving instability, saying even the name of God is being used to justify violence. Without naming specific leaders, the Pope pushed back against the idea that war can carry any divine legitimacy, insisting instead that the Church must stand for reconciliation. The remarks come as tensions over the conflict with Iran continue to grow. Chris Livesay, CBS News, Rome.
A California gubernatorial candidate says he will fight claims of sexual misconduct. More from CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
And top Democrats are calling for Representative Eric Swalwell to end his bid for California governor. Now, this comes after the multiple women, including a former staffer, have accused the leading Democratic gubernatorial candidate of various kinds of sexual misconduct, including rape. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, and California Senator Adam Schiff have all withdrawn their endorsements of Swalwell and are calling for him to step down.
3 victims are expected to recover after police say they were randomly attacked at a major New York City subway station. Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch.
Detectives assigned to transit overtime posts were flagged down by a civilian reporting that a man armed with a knife had just stabbed multiple people on the subway platform.
An officer shot the suspect, who later died at a hospital. Another airline carrier is announcing changes to their charges. Cairo TV reporter Brandon Thompson has more from Seattle-Tacoma International Airport.
Alaska joins other major airlines in raising their bag fees. The first bag will now cost you $45, the second $55, and the third bag $200. Alaska Airlines says the fees are, quote, due to ongoing volatility in fuel prices in an uncertain global environment. Alaska also says its $5 prepaid discount, that's also going away.
Brandon Thompson in Washington State reporting there. This is CBS News.
The stars shine brighter on CBS Morning.
This is a slam dunk.
So cute. Gail came in singing for me today.
On CBS Mornings.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
If you're shopping for a new home, some buyer's markets have emerged. CBS's Michael Wallace has more.
Realtor.com has identified 8 metro areas where buyers have the upper hand right now. Most of them are in the South: Miami, Tampa, Orlando, Jacksonville, Atlanta, Nashville, and Austin, Texas. The outlier is Riverside, California. Sellers in those markets are slashing their asking prices, with more new listings being added every day. Realtor.com says 26% of the top 50 markets are sellers' markets, 46% are balanced. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Would-be car buyers are balking. The cost for the average new vehicle has reached nearly $50,000, up 30% in 6 years. At the same time, the number of used vehicles listing for less than $30,000 has dropped sharply in the past 5 years. Many Americans say it's part of the ongoing affordability crisis. I'm Heather Bosch, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly sunny this afternoon with a high near 60. Clear early tonight, then increasing cloud late, low near 40. Tomorrow, clouds and some sun, becoming much warmer for the afternoon, high 78. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program was pre-recorded.
The following is paid for by Golden Reserve. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
The following program is paid for by Golden Reserve. All opinions or statements expressed on this program are solely those of Golden Reserve or its guests and do not reflect the opinions of KDKA or Odyssey.
Coming up this week on Fire Your Financial Advisor with Greg Ayler and Phil Huff of Golden Reserve. Is this shaping up to be kind of a shaky year in the stock market? And if you haven't saved enough for retirement, is it possible you could double your money in retirement? All that coming up today on Fire Your Financial Advisor.
This is Fire Your Financial Advisor with Greg Ayler.
The financial industry is VCRs, man. They are an antiquated cabal that are trying to continue to basically exploit retirees.
Does the financial industry system work more for you or for them?
The idea that because you're more successful or you have more zeros in your bank account, you're paying more for your services has never made sense to me.
Shining a light on the good, the bad, and the ugly of Wall Street, and how to come out on top. Now, Fire Your Financial Advisor with Greg Ayler.
And hello again. Welcome to Fire Your Financial Advisor with Greg Ayler, also joined by Phil Huff of Golden Reserve. And this is a show where we talk a little bit about your retirement and the people that you're getting to help you with your retirement. And choosing that person or that group is a very big decision, and we're going to show you why today. Greg, how are you doing today?
I'm a little tired, Randy. I'm a little tired, but I'm in the fight. I'm ready to be here. Happy to be here. I was cooking last night till like midnight because I always underestimate how long it takes to cook like 80 duck legs. I do it once a year and I freeze them, and they're confit, which is a fancy French way of saying they cook them in their own fat, but you got to cook them real slow until they're done. And as you're doing batches of 20, everything in your house gets covered in duck fat, which my wife loves, loves just me making a mess because I'm such a clean cook. I am a disaster. And, you know, you burn your hands a couple times and you're kind of getting through it. You know, that's basically the gist on how to make delicious French food is just add fat. When in doubt, add a stick of butter, add some duck fat, and you're like, why does this taste so much different? Why does this taste so good? And then why was I on the toilet all the next day? It's because that is the price you pay. If you do the crime, you pay the time, brother. That's that delicious, decadent food is just sticks of butter.
Oh.
So you're welcome, America. I just ruined the fine dining behind the scenes. You know, I think Andy Bourdain used to say, why does your chicken tastes so much better than mine? He's like, about 3 sticks of butter. And, you know, he ain't lying. He ain't lying, Randy. That's what makes food delicious and buttery and rich and all that good stuff.
Well, Phil is here today, and if you have not heard Phil on the show, Phil is one of our retirement planners. And if you were to go to Golden Reserve to talk about your retirement planning, you might see Phil, and he kind of gives us an idea of what's going on right now and what people are asking about. So I'm going to go to you first here, Phil, because we have a lot going on right now. We've got the war in Iran that's generating headlines and craziness daily. Gas prices are up. The market is all over the place. One day it's up, next day it's down. And the R word is making a comeback. They're talking about recession again. And to add on to that, this is a year where we're going to have a midterm election. This is Sarah Malik, and Sarah was on CNBC, and she says that, you throw that into the pot too, and that adds for a very volatile year.
If you look at history, during years where there's midterm elections, markets tend to have a lot of intra-year volatility. On average, intra-year, markets decline 18% at some point during the year, during a midterm election year. That doesn't mean it ends up that way, but it means we're going to be in for some volatility likely.
All right, 18%, that's almost a bear market. I mean, we've seen the market go down, 1,000 points at certain points. Phil, are people coming in right now? Is this really kind of getting to them? Is this a year that we should talk more about risk management? What are people saying right now about these times?
Yeah, I think it's been a long time coming, right? The 2010s were one of the best decades we've had. Average returns over 13, 14% throughout the decade. So I think we've all been waiting, like, when's that next thing going to happen? We made 20%. We made 20%. when's that next shoe going to fall off? And it's going to come at some point. Nobody knows when, but you start getting these things stacked up, all the international conflict. We've got midterms. We've got price to earnings ratios being high. Like all of these arrows pointing towards, hey, this is going to be rocky. And will we see another big market downturn? And you just hope that people are positioned the right way, that we've been paying attention over the last decade and knowing things are going to change at some point. We've positioned our portfolios to be all weather and make sure that we can take those big downturns.
Well, part of this is our market risk report that you do at Golden Reserve as a part of the roadmap for retirement. And so when you see people walk through the door, are they probably a little too risky for the time of life that they're in right now? And then you look at that and you say, hey, if this market does go down 20%, here's how much you lose. Is that an eye-opening moment for people? What do they say?
Yeah, we're talking a lot internally right now about reallocation. This is the idea of your risk money's done really well over the last 4 or 5 years. So has your stock money grown so much that you used to be good? You used to be in that a 60-40, 40-60, wherever you wanted to be, but the risk money's grown so much that you're due for some recalibration. And I think that's really what our market risk report is for, is that maybe for the season of your life or where you were in a really good place, but you're getting closer to retirement. Maybe your risk money has grown a lot more. Our risk report tells you, based on how you're invested, how much can your portfolio go backwards. So you can be the judge today to figure out, is that more than what I'm willing to lose? And it's something you update every single year, right? You don't want this to run away from you, which is that idea of reallocation.
Greg, this is an important balancing act that everybody's got to deal with. How much do I want in the market? How much do I want out of the market? I mean, this is a big discussion, isn't it?
It is. I mean, I have some great advice for everybody listening.
Okay.
Don't be a greedy jerk. Don't be a greedy jerk. Like what kind of nonsense are we hearing? Like, we're hearing people like, well, market's down 2 or 3%. We're just going to sit tight and win that back. And I'm like, you're up 600%. But what are we doing here? Like, what are people even talking about? This is the perfect time to reassess. Should I take things off the table? Like, what's enough? What's good enough? The nature of human greed, it has no ends. There's nothing that astonishes me, because when people come in like, Greg, we hear people say, I'm down 3% this year. I'm like, you're down 3% in the last 2.5 months, and you're up 4,000% in the last 10 years. Like, the last 3 years alone. I mean, if you had $1 million and you're like, I retired, it went from $1 million to 1.2 to 1.36 to 1.5. Your money grew 50%. It took a lifetime, 30 years to get there, and you basically almost grew half of it back in 3 years. Like, you won. We need to start having you won the race conversations with clients. Stop being greedy jerks. That is exactly what is happening in a lot of circumstances where you're hearing these conversations. You're like, what's enough? What would be a win then? I'm sorry. Now you have to get back to even again, a made up number that was already catastrophically the greatest run in the history of the U.S. stock market. You won. It's over. The rate you lap people. You were lapping previous generations when it came to returns. It was like, the old adage was like 7 or 8%. It's a great year in the market. We've been living in the 20s. We averaged a 20% return in the last 3 years. Like, what more do people want? And I'm not trying to make you like, Greg, he's being a jerk. No, I'm not being cheeky or jerk. Like, I'm being honest. Like, what are we taking risk for? Because if the market does go back 20, 30, 40, 50%, and you lose that, you're going to feel pretty silly. And you're going to wonder, why was I still gambling with all of my life savings? And that market risk report helps put that in perspective, because it starts off by just saying, what's at risk? What percentage of your assets are on the blackjack table? That's helpful. Is it 50%? Is it 90%? Is it 10%? And then from there, you start seeing the loss scenarios of how much you could lose, because once you lose that money, you start chasing. You start making decisions that affect your retirement. You cancel trips. You don't do things. Where in our experience, people don't need 20% returns to do everything they want in retirement. So let's start there, figuring out what you need to do in retirement and build a package that hopefully addresses those goals, the real goals in life of actually doing what you want versus chasing indexes and stock market grains. Like, let's actually just do everything you want to do in retirement. How does that sound? Yeah. Right, Randy? Let's just do everything you want and call it a day and make
things a little simpler on the investment side of the balance sheet.
You're listening to Fire Your Financial Advisor with Greg Ayler at Golden Reserve. Phil Huff is here as well. We had a real good look at what people are saying and what you're saying probably as you walk into the door and talk about your retirement. If you want to talk about your retirement, this is probably a pretty good time to talk about it. Let's get it all out on the table. Check our website out, which is getyourroadmap.com. Getyourroadmap.com. You'll see our roadmap for retirement, talking about market risk and the IRA tax plan, the fee analysis, the legal protection plan, the income forecast. We'll talk about all of that today, but we want to make sure that you're talking about it for you. Here's the number, 412-790-0000. Easy to remember. Again, 412-790-0000. We have 3 offices in the area: Greentree, Wexford, and Cannonsburg. So I found an article about, people saving money for retirement. It brought up that $1.2 million that everybody's shooting for these days. And it said, if you don't get there, it's okay. Because what we're finding is retirees, when they get into retirement, are spending 2% or less of their nest egg. And if that's what they're spending, a good market could double your money while you're in retirement. Greg, what's your thought about that one?
My thought is that we've been saying this for 10 years, that everyone's lying. The financial services is lying about what you need to retire. I'm grinning on the inside because this math plays out perfectly to basically what we've been saying for a decade, more than a decade, which is people don't run out of money in retirement unless something happens with the big 5 risks we talk about when it comes to the roadmap for retirement. Mm-hmm. Fees, taxes, market risk, long-term care, legal, income planning. If those things are broken, maybe you can hit some super big speed bumps. But for the most part, people don't spend their way into the poorhouse in retirement. And I mean, we how many studies have we shown? I get lost in the numbers, but at the end of the day, I'm estimating for, the average retiree spends, let's say, between $70,000 to $100,000 a year, and $100,000 would be really, really high. Mm-hmm. I know people say, "I'm going to spend $100,000." Like you won't. Like most people don't, statistically speaking. So when you look at then, Mo, what's the Social Security? Well, we do these. We've done shows on this already, where it's like, all right, well, Social Security is 50 or 60,000, let's say, give or take for a couple. We're doing some broad math, so we're at 50 or 60,000, and let's say you want to go to 80,000. Well, not so coincidentally, 2% of their savings of $1.2 million in your article is $24,000. Mm-hmm. You add that $24,000 to the $50,000 of Social Security, and boom, you're right around the magic $75,000 a year mark. Weird, Randy. It's almost like we know what we're talking about here. And it's almost like the financial industry has a vested interest in you being scared so that you pay their fees, you take more risk, you need them more. When in reality, when you put things on auto drive, a lot of these things take care of themselves. And the best place to start, in our opinion, is let's figure out what you spent last year. Let's figure out what came in last year. And let's project that out 25 years. We call that our income forecast. And the reason it's so important is not because it's a plan to show you what to spend and not spend. It's not a budget. And I think that's most people have an income plan. It's like a budget. Hey, Randy, you cannot spend more than this amount of money you can do on this trip. That's not what this is. It's way different. And here's why. It projects where you're going to be in 25 years. And the idea isn't to limit your spending. You're going to, laugh. It's to get you to spend more. Because when we run it year over year, and your accounts get bigger, it empowers you to do more things in retirement. You spend more, you do more. When you start to feel safer, you do more. And you spend more and you enjoy more things in retirement. So the entire idea of the income forecast is to get you to try to get closer to that $100,000 mark. Try to spend more money because, as you can see, and as this article alluded to in finance section of Yahoo, people aren't running out of money. Their money's actually, in this case, they're saying how it doubles. Mm-hmm. I'm okay with it just staying flat. But at the end of the day, your money's doubling. That means someone's not telling you the right things of what you really need to retire and what the real costs of retirement are and what the real things that are going on in retirement. The income forecast is the no nonsense. It's not a guessing game like most income plans of what they think you're going to spend and what you think your money's going to do. All it says is, hey, if you keep spending the way you're spending, here's what's going to be left in 25 years based on that assumption. And every year we update it on the previous year's spending, Randy. That's the way to do it. And it's part of every roadmap we build because it is the permission slip in retirement to spend more money and live more in your retirement years.
What Greg is talking about is our roadmap for retirement. And to find out more about that, go to getyourroadmap.com. Again, getyourroadmap.com to sit down and talk about that whole idea of, I don't know if I've saved enough. I don't know if I'm going to have enough. Let's get you the answer to that question. And Phil, I want to throw this back over to you as the person who sits down with the people who walk in the door with these kind of concerns. I mean, how many times does somebody sit down and you look at them and go, oh, we got to double your money? Because when I looked at this and said you can double your money in retirement, my first question was, do they have to? Let me ask you that. Do they have to?
No, I mean, most people, that's not their goal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Their goal is, I want to spend and enjoy my money in retirement. If I leave money to the kids, great, but that's not a big goal of mine. And that's the goal of the income forecast is, like Greg said, make sure you're not spending too little in retirement. But another thing we try and stymie is, let's not work too long.
Mm-hmm.
With a lot of people that are maybe in their minds 3 or 4 years away from retirement, we start building this income forecast. It's like, guys, you could retire tomorrow, do all the things you want to do in retirement and still leave a legacy. So sometimes it might be that idea of, am I too early to even build a plan? The answer is no. If you're within a handful of years of retirement, sit down, get an assessment, see if you can retire, when that timeline should be. And just like we show people growing 600,000 to 1.2, it could be you could retire 2 or 3 years earlier than what you were thinking.
You're listening to Fire Your Financial Advisor with Greg Ayler and Phil Huff of Golden Reserve to get that kind of a roadmap for retirement, what you're looking for, and saying, you know, I don't know if I've done enough. I don't know if I've saved enough. Let's do the math on that. Figure out what you need, what you're going to do in retirement. Let's get it all out on the table. And here's how you can get in touch with us. It's 412-790-0000. Again, 412-790-0000. Or getyourroadmap.com. Okay, recently, I told this story a couple of weeks ago. I went on a little golf trip with some friends, and I went from Atlanta to Biloxi, Mississippi. And it's pretty much all interstate and pretty boring roads. But I put my GPS on, and basically it goes like this. You're going to drive 67 miles this way, turn on this road, turn right. And then you're going to go 140 miles, and you're going to turn left. And so when I get directions like that, I just kind of, okay, cool. I sit back, I relax, I get my drink, I get my music, I get my snacks, and I just go. And then 67 miles later, I turn. And then 140 miles later, I do the next move. And I thought to myself, I kind of like that for a retirement plan. And I've talked to people before, and there are different ways to do things. Do you guys do, Greg, a retirement plan that is just simply like a step-by-step kind of a thing where it's, here you're 59 and a half, do this. You're 62, do this. You're 66, do this. And on and on and on. Can you give us an instruction list? Can it actually work like that?
I think it can. But before that, I will make fun of myself. I am world-class bad at directions.
Okay.
I am like nothing you've ever seen. Like, I can barely get home. It's a struggle. And I was dating a girl, if you're familiar with the geography of Ohio, I was at Case Western Law School, and I was dating a girl at Bowling Green, which is far away. And I was wrapping up the weekend, and I was going back because I had law school, on Monday, so the weekend was over. And I hopped in my car, and I started driving down 80 back to Cleveland. And I'm driving, and I'm just sitting there, and, in my old 92 Accord, just kind of listening to music. And I start looking around like, yeah, this doesn't look quite right. And, but being Greg, I don't question it. I just go back to phasing out. And then I see the "You're entering Indiana" sign and realize, and for you, those of you that don't think it's very far, it's far.
Mm-hmm.
Toledo to the boundary of Ohio into Indiana is a lot farther than you think it is. It's about a 2.5 hour So that was my when you were saying a 7-hour road trip, I was just thinking to myself, gosh, I remember that. It was so embarrassing. But that kind of stuff happens to me all the time. I'm the only guy that's like ran out of gas like 4 times.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm just that guy. My mind is always somewhere else. I'm drifting off thinking about things. I'm just not paying that much attention. So
if someone yells road trip, you are not the driver, is what we're saying.
I prefer, yeah. I prefer to fly or be picked up.
Okay.
And taken. I'm not. You don't want me behind the wheel.
All right. Okay.
So I love the idea, though. Like, the psychology of this makes so much sense, right? At the end of the day, the majority of people that we work with, if not almost all of them, don't want to have to think about all this stuff.
tell me what to do.
Mm-hmm.
That is what most people want in life. I don't need to understand how the sausage is made. I just want it to taste good.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what to do, and I will turn around and follow that step by step by step. So the logical way of going at this is when we started planning, back, I'll give you a little history lesson here. Back when we were Ehlers Stallings, the estate planning law firm that started, we were sitting in all these meetings. Tim and I were sitting in, hundreds of meetings a year, right? Thousands over a few years. We were noticing the same themes. Hey, no one's talking about fees. No one's talking about tax planning for your IRA. No one's addressing distributions to your kids. No one's talking about long-term care when you go to a nursing home. No one's talking about wealth transfer to avoid a divorce. And everyone seems to be scared to spend their money. I think I did this for fun once. I asked 50 people in a row what investments they had, and 50 of them couldn't tell me one holding. And that just shows you, we always think it's all about investment guessing, but no one even cares about that. So what do we care about? Like if you're really asking yourself right now, I'm like, hey, what holdings do you have? And if you rattle off like 12, you're a nerd, weirdo. But the rest of you are on the same page. Like, yeah, I don't know. My financial advisor takes care of it. That's kind of my point. Like, we want this to be the auto drive for your 30 years of golden years, right? The 30 golden years should be autopilot. We're like, no matter what the stock market does, I'm doing everything I want. No matter what happens with the health of me or my spouse, I'm doing everything I want. And no matter what happens with my daughter-in-law or my son-in-law, I'm doing whatever I want. And interest rate cuts, I'm doing whatever I want. And I'm doing it with confidence. And the only time I'm really showing up to my retirement planner, is once a year to make sure that there's no health, life. I always tell people, if you have a health change, a life change, or a family change, talk to your attorney, talk to your financial people, because those are the big ones, right? So your annual review once a year, we meet with each of our clients twice a year. One is to have that conversation and talk about hopefully talking them into spending more. And the second conversation is about taxes. So we have a second meeting later in the year where we talk about their IRA tax conversion plan until that's done. And once that's done, we don't have to have that meeting anymore. But I share that because our roadmap for retirement builds that plan. That's the chassis of the big 5 risks. Let's address the big 5 risks. And that's what we do. We build it. We build a plan, a protection plan that does that. And then we have to, drag you kicking and screaming every year to convince you to spend more money. That's really our job. My job and the team I built is to try to get you to have more fun. That's really our biggest hurdle, is getting you to realize you're safe, you're in a good spot. And the only way that's going to happen is predictability and consistency. So if your plan's up and down all the time, no one's going to believe that it's stable and that they're safe. But if your plan's consistent all the time and is doing exactly what you think it's going to do and where it's going to be, you will do more, you'll have more fun, you'll go on more trips, you'll enjoy more of your life because it's predictable. And that's really should be the primary job of a good planner, is to afford predictability, leading to you feeling more safe, which then leads to you spending more money.
You're listening to Fire Your Financial Advisor with the team at Golden Reserve. Online, getyourroadmap.com. Just spell it right out. That'll get you to the webpage. You'll see all the things that you need to know about Golden Reserve, and there's a place for you to put some information in there. That means our team will reach out to you and say, hey, how can we help? This is a no-cost, no-obligation look at your retirement. You see your friends retire, your parents retired, your brother's sister's retired. Your retirement's going to be different because you are unique. Let's figure out the cost of being you. Let's figure out the unique you in retirement. Give us a call at one of our 3 offices in the greater Pittsburgh area, Greentree, Wexford, and Canonsburg. It's 412-790-0000. That's 412-790-0000. Or getyourroadmap.com. We'll be right back with more Fire Your Financial Advisor.
Getting out of the car and want to hear more? Listen to the Fire Your Financial Advisor podcast, always there for you online on your time. Find us on Apple, Spotify, or your favorite podcast app.
The following is paid for by Golden Reserve.
This program is paid for by Golden Reserve.
There will come a time when you want to seek out someone to help you plan for retirement. But where do you start? You could start on Google. You'll get 100 names. Then how do you decide? Or maybe you get a recommendation from a friend or family member, and that might work, but you're here learning about how Golden Reserve is different, and you want to know more before you schedule an appointment. Here's an option. Go to our website, getyourroadmap.com. Click on the button that says Workshops. These are free events. You get a nice dinner, and one of our retirement planners will walk you through the biggest risks of retirement. We'll show you what you're up against and how our roadmap for retirement addresses those risks. Taxes, fees, market risk, income, and long-term care. Nothing is sold. This is all about getting you the information you need to plan for retirement. Find us online at getyourroadmap.com and click on Workshop, and you'll be on your way.
Coming up in the second half of Fire Your Financial Advisor, is our tax-deferred retirement system really working? And a billionaire who you all know who is very much in touch with her finances. We'll talk about that coming up in just a couple of minutes here. So, guys, President Trump has said that he admires the way that Australia does their retirement system and their savings over there. There's a couple of interesting differences, but I'm going to give you the main one. And this is what I'm really interested to get your opinion on. Here in the United States, we all know we put money in a 401k, and that money is tax deferred. You don't pay taxes on it until you take it. And then that is in retirement, and that brings up a lot of difficulties that we talk about here on the show all the time. In Australia, when you put money into their version of the 401k, it gets taxed every year at 15%. And then when you're in retirement, there's no taxes. No taxes to take it out, no taxes on the inheritance and sending it down. So what's better? Do we come out better with tax deferred, or do we come out better taxed along the way? Greg, what do you say?
So it's interesting. This short answer, do me just tell the end of the book, and then I'll tell you how?
Sure, yeah.
Better for retirees, worse for Uncle Sam.
Okay.
So the idea, I mean, just think of it simply. If you're contributing in Australia to a plan and you put $100,000 away over 10 years, Australia's going to get $15,000, right? 15% times 100,000 of those contributions is $15,000. That's the Australia system. Your money now is growing tax-free, like our equivalent of the Roth. And when you take it out, obviously no tax.
Right.
That's a great deal for retirees. 15% seems reasonable. And yay. Now, the American system and how we do it, because we've done such a great job of scaring everybody into doing 401ks, the money goes in, that 100,000 goes in, and then it sits there for, let's say, 20, 30 years. And now it's worth $1 million. Now, Jack and Jill don't touch it because they don't want to pay tax on it, because that's what they've been told by their financial advisor or the internet. The first spouse passes. RMDs start, but they're very small. They're like 3 or 4%. So the surviving spouse takes a little bit out, 3 or 4%, but the money's growing, so it continues to get bigger and bigger and bigger. That's the widow's penalty. Now, don't forget, the second a spouse passes, your tax rates can effectively double depending on what's going on, because the single rates are going to be higher than the couple rates, and it's still applied to the same amount of money. Both of your IRAs get added up, and you have to take the same amount out. So that's the widow's penalty that no one talks about. That's the first big jump in taxes that hit you. But the kiddo's penalty is the back door that really gets you when the surviving spouse dies and it goes to the kids. You pay at the kids' rates. And if the kids are still working, they can be in the highest rates. So let me explain to you, when that $1 million goes to the kids, Randy, and they pay 30, 35, 40%, 15,000, 400,000.
Okay.
That's the difference the governments get. Do you think Uncle Sam's going to be in a big rush to get this implemented? I mean, do you think that they're going to be like, I can't wait to make like $300,000 or $400,000 less per person a year? And the reason it will never change, and the reason that we scream about doing this and getting it converted as soon as you can, and leveraging both spouses, we build a IRA tax plan for every couple that comes in and gets a roadmap. And our team of CPAs helps look it over, make sure it's right. And the reason it's so important is it gets that money out of Uncle Sam's system that does end up running into the widows and kiddos penalty. But the reason this never changes is one simple fact. Dead people don't vote. Dead people don't vote. And the only time you can see the catastrophic effect of this is after the surviving spouse passes. And you're saying, well, what about the kids?
the kids are still getting $400,000. They're not that chapped about this whole situation. They're like, all right, 600 grand, 400 grand, whatever. It's just, let's rock and roll. Taxes stink. Doesn't sound like a lot of fun. But I still get all that money. So they're not really raising a ruckus where it's mom and dad's money. It's their 30 years of hard work. And if that was front and center and they were seeing that after they were gone, they would be, literally rolling over. They'd be flipping over in their grave, watching almost half their life savings go to Uncle Sam because they didn't do any planning. So, yes, the Australian system seems way more fair. Sounds awesome. I don't know all the intricacies and all the other ways they tax you. It doesn't, there's a lot of goofy things that are out of context when you just look at one little piece of a tax structure. But at the end of the day, I like koala bears, man. So yeah, let's look into this.
Yeah, I think that's the big one is you can't have your cake and eat it too. Like everything else is a lot different in Australia. So I saw this immediately and I was like, this is reminding me of like Canada with their free health care. Yeah. Like there's something else that the tax is paying. And like Australia, for instance, they've got a great deal on their taxes. Their version of Uncle Sam's willing to sacrifice on the 401k. But if you have $30,000 of income in Australia, you're taxed at 30%.
Ooh.
Their highest tax bracket is 45%, and it starts at $124,000 of income.
Ooh.
For frame of reference, like $30,000 in America, you'd be in the 12% bracket. You pay almost a third in income taxes in America. So the idea is like they might get a deal on the 401k, but they're making up for it on the income. Whereas like if you're going to get a benefit like that, you're going to have to give up somewhere.
Yeah, I thought.
And I'd rather have my own plan to control it.
Let's eliminate RMDs. Let's eliminate the widows and kiddos penalty. Let's give the government 15% every year to make sure that the thing is funded. There's a lot of things that, you look at that and you go, okay, there's some good things here. But in the end, maybe we do have the right kind of system here in this country. But we need to take some authority here on what our money is and how it's going to be taxed. You can do that. We have an IRA tax plan as we make it a part of our roadmap for retirement. Give the team a call at Golden Reserve. Let's sit down and talk about your 401k, your IRA. That's where we've been told to save this money, and we deal with what we have to deal with in retirement. Let's make sure the ball's in our court and not Uncle Sam's. GetYourRoadmap.com is the website. GetYourRoadmap.com. There's a place for you to scroll down there and put a little information in, and our team reaches out to you. Here's the number, 412-790-0000. Easy to remember. Again, 412-790-0000. We have 3 offices in the area, Green Tree, Wexford, and Canonsburg. There is a lot these days about millionaires and billionaires. There's how they're taxed and everything else going around. But when you think about millionaires and billionaires, you think they have a raft of accountants and financial advisors and all these different things to handle all their finances. Not apparently the case with Oprah Winfrey. Take a listen.
My thing is sign every check. I still do. And also show up for all the financial meetings, whether you know what they're talking about or not. Yeah. I still see all the invoices. It makes me ill. Have found mistakes. But I think if you don't, then you're just sort of floating and you don't have any idea of how things operate, how things really run, what things really cost, what it costs to be you. Because there's a price to be you. And nobody else knows what that is. And the person who really should know is the person who's in charge.
All right. I want to dive into the cost of being you. But Greg, do you believe that she does all she writes all her own checks? She knows everything. I mean, you own a business, a big business. Are you writing all the checks?
Come on, man. You know the answer to that.
I have people for that.
That's a great soundbite. That's a great Oprah soundbite. Every time I see Oprah, I remember like growing up as a kid in the 90s, right? That show was like on every time you home. Your mom was like watching Oprah, right? Like that was the thing that was on. I mean, she basically was the voice for a lot of moms when we came home, which was always like, it's kind of nostalgic hearing her talk. And then now she has Harpo, and she's just a cajillionaire now, and great for her. But I like her point. Even though if I don't believe her 100%,
right?
Maybe I believe her 70%. But Oprah has the right idea of like, even if you don't understand, figure out what you're paying. And when I think about that, I think about it in terms of investments, because almost nobody understands, and less than nobody understands prospectuses, these complicated forms that describe the funds, mutual funds, ETFs, index mutual funds, whatever it is. Variable annuities have big contracts. Annuities have big contracts. So no one really understands. So you're counting on someone that you trust. Like that's what this comes down to. Like, I don't know how to wire a house. I don't know how to set up, the right hot and cold, water tank plumbing tubes throughout the house. I pay someone to do that I trust, that I think can do the HVAC, and then they can put the house together. The challenge with, the financial advising industry is the people that are installing the water pipes get to tax the water running through them. Not only in their own fees, but also the way that water flowing through is being charged. Gosh, that is a completely confusing metaphor, but I'm going to bring it home, Randy.
I am glued in. I can't wait to see how you land this plane.
So when you think about this, your HVAC guy or your plumber or your electrician, right? They're just doing a job. They're saying, I'm putting the best things in your house that you want, and then I'm done. I'm not going to continue to benefit from the things I put in your house. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And now this financial advisor that's supposed to sell me something that is the best thing for my retirement, but you're telling me there's a revenue sharing, that they get a kickback for selling it? Yeah, I'm telling you that. And then I'm telling you that the investment company itself is charging me for the pleasure of having the investment in perpetuity forever. And I don't even know what that is. So in Oprah's advice, maybe you should start writing the checks for your fees. Maybe you should start writing the checks for your investments. Maybe you should start understanding what's coming out of your most important asset in life is going to be your retirement accounts. You're done working. This is all you have. It's really important. Make sure you understand. I implore you, please, make sure you know to the penny, not the percentage, because no one knows. I'm like, hey, what are you paying in fees? I got about 1%. What's the number? And they're like, I don't know. 1% on what? All the accounts, some of the accounts, none of the accounts? How do you break through all those different layers? What investments cost? So if your money goes up 5%, do you get 5% or do you get 4%? Or if your money loses 3% investment, do you lose 3 or do you lose 4 because of the cost and the expenses of that investment? Our goal has always been to provide data points and transparency, because by doing that, people can make better decisions that are right for them. Just because we give you information doesn't mean you make a change. It just means that you have more information to make informed decisions. That's all. So our fee analysis, and believe it or not, I will tell a quick anecdotal story. When we started doing fee analysis back in, I'm going to make up a year. This isn't right, but it's close. Like 2016, 2017, we started doing a fee analysis. And we ran them internally. And we were running, let's pick on someone that we always pick on, Edward Jones. So we're picking on Edward Jones, and we run a fee analysis on a client's statement. And we're like, oh my gosh, our fees are whatever they were, $5,000, let's say. I'm making that up. Our fees are $5,000. Edward Jones' fees are $20,000 on this $1.5 million account. We're going to take over the world. All we have to do is show people this, and everyone will choose us. We ran an entire campaign on fees. And you know what, Randy?
Didn't work, did it?
Nobody cared. Not only did they not care, they were offended. They were skeptical. And they just hated everything about it, because you're really saying you made a bad decision, right? Or you got duped by the person you thought was your friend, or you're insinuating a lot of stuff. So there's a softer, easy way for us to do this. And now we still run a fee analysis. We say, listen, the system's set up this way. It's not your person. Here's what we think. Here's where you think your fee should be. Here's how much you're charging for your investments. And if they're not performing, because it shows the performance too. If you're not getting superior performance and doing what it's supposed to do, and you're paying a heavier fee, you should probably wonder why you're in that investment. Like, we are a proponent of getting the most retirement cost-effective investments out there, because we think that adds up in time more than stock guessing. If we can save you money on investments and we can save your money on retirement planner fees, we think that we can beat everyone else. That's our hope, is that we can, by lowering costs, we can provide more services, more value, and at the end of the day, more money in your pocket. But it all starts with what Oprah said. My girl Oprah, man. Figure out what checks you're signing every year. And by checks, figure out exactly what your expenses are in your investments and what your financial advisor. And you can't find those on a statement a lot of times. If you can't find them or figure them out, we'll do the math for you for no cost, no obligation. If you bring your statements, we have software that reads it, spits it out, and tells you what you're paying annually to your financial advisor in advisor fees and what you're paying in the investments they sold you in investment fees, which are being deducted off of your gains or added to your losses every year that you can't see. Those hidden fees are then become transparent, and then you can start making some decisions on what to do and what to invest in, now knowing the true cost of having that financial advisor in your life.
You're listening to Fire Your Financial Advisor with Greg Ayler and Phil Huff at Golden Reserve. Online, find the team at getyourroadmap.com. If it's time to talk about your retirement, actually do some math on it, and maybe you have a financial advisor right now, and you wonder after what Greg said, I wonder what this guy's charging me because he isn't telling me. Well, let's figure it out. We can. 412-790-0000. Again, 412-790-0000. And Phil, you are the guy, when she said the cost of being you, I thought that kind of is the base of retirement planning, isn't it? Figure out what it is to be you. Yeah, okay, you've got this in your mortgage. You got these for your utilities. You like to play golf. You like to go out to dinner. Who are you and what is the cost of being you? That just kind of gives you that baseline of what you need in retirement, doesn't it?
I'm glad it made sense to you because for me, it was, I don't know what you mean by this at all. Never the cost of being you. But that'd be a good example, right? You know what you're spending, so you know what that plan should look like. In my mind, I thought the same thing as Greg. Like a lot of this does connect where it's like be involved in your plan. And that's where I see a lot of people miss is I've got life going on. I'm raising kids. I'm working. I'm not focused on this. I'm just, this person takes care of it. I trust them. I've been doing good. And then retirement comes about and it's like, okay, let's really figure out, does this all make sense? But if you're involved and you're plugged in, you understand, not just what you're paying, like Greg talked about, but also what value is my advisor bringing me? Like, are they just confusing me every year with charts and graphs when I go and talk to them? Or are they actually planning around my goals and my concerns? And then that makes that process of getting that plan for retirement a lot different, right? Because now you know, okay, here's what I'm paying, and here's the value that I'm getting for that fee. And that's our goal of our fee analysis is oftentimes we don't know what we're paying. Sometimes we have an idea of that value. Do they align? More times than not, we find the fee we're paying being a lot higher than what we expected. And really the value and what we're getting for that fee doesn't align.
Being involved with your retirement plan, and we talk about it all the time, is making sure that you understand the purpose of all your investments, the reason that you're doing the things that you're doing. And if you don't understand it, boy, you should. And if right now you have a financial advisor and you just go, well, he's a really smart guy, but I don't know what he's talking about. All right, let's fix that right now. GetYourRoadmap.com. GetYourRoadmap.com. Go around the website, find out more about Golden Reserve, get a date on a calendar. It's a no-cost, no-obligation look at your retirement and what it looks like. Or give us a call at one of our 3 offices in the greater Pittsburgh area, Green Tree, Wexford, and Canonsburg. It's 412-790-0000. That's 412-790-0000. Okay, inheritance. It's a topic that Greg is very familiar with, being an estate planning attorney. So here's a story here. We got Ellen and her brother Arthur, and they're both in their early 50s. They had an aunt that passed away. She had $1 million. Each one got $500,000. Here's what they did. Ellen decided to pay off her mortgage, which was $280,000, a big portion of that money. Then she did some home renovation. And then she had some fun. She went on an expensive cruise. She did some gifting. And 3 years later, all the money was gone. But she has a lot of equity in her house, and that'll probably help her later. Arthur took a different approach. He paid off his credit cards. He paid off all other high-interest debt. He increased his contributions to his retirement accounts. And because he did that, he needed a little gap money, so he used the inheritance as the gap money. He still has a lot left 3 years later. So, Greg, I imagine it runs the gamut. You have one person that just, says, I have this debt, I'm going to spend it. You have somebody else that's going to kind of keep a cool head and look to the future. How do people handle it when they get an inheritance? I imagine it goes a lot of different ways.
They handle it terribly.
Overall, okay.
Yeah, I mean, think about the lot. I mean, just look at the lot. If you're bored, Google lottery statistics, right? People do not inherit money well because they don't understand it. If you read Housel's book, The Psychology of Money, the human mind just doesn't, I don't want to get too, academic on this, but we just don't handle the concept of money very well. And when you receive a bunch of money that you've never have, it's kind of like, when you're on that trip and you're in the mall, remember as a kid, and you find that extra $20. What do you do, Randy? You're like, I think I'm going to see what the, U.S. Fed rate is, and I'm going to get a T-bill. No, you're going to buy a stupid T-shirt or some tennis shoes or something, right? You're going to do something that is impulsively emotional. And I think the same goes with inheritance. There's a disconnect. People always say, well, my kids would never do that. I got news for you. I own an estate planning law firm. Yeah, they will. Oh, no, they'd never take all the money out of the 401k. They'd stretch it over 10 years. No, they don't. They're like, you could have $1 million IRA that goes to your son or your daughter. And then obviously there's the in-law issue, which won't even get into that can of worms. That you may or may not have a great relationship with. And they're like, hey, we looked at this place in Florida and it's, $500,000. And they'll talk to their financial advisor and say, listen, you're already in a 25 to 30% tax bracket. If you take all this money out and buy this place in Florida, it's going to push you to 40% this year. And they're going to look at each other and say, I want to be in Florida. And next thing you know, they're going to end up paying almost 40%, going to Uncle Sam out of that IRA. So $600,000 left over. So you got an extra $100,000 for stupid t-shirts or whatever. And the rest goes as you would expect. Your kids are going to do what's, emotionally there because it's not their money. At the end of the day, lotteries, inheritance, it's not their money. If it's not your money, it's different. Even if you inherit it, it's different. It feels different. It feels like a lottery-like winning, like I need to do something with this now because I have money. And most people don't take Arthur's approach, which is like, I'm going to get rid of my credit cards and, do a little bit more retirement account, padding. Most people take Ellen's approach and say, let's do something stupid. Let's go out there and party, right? Like, I hate the fact that if she paid off her mortgage and she had it locked in at 2%, that's or 3%, that's like not probably the right move. I don't know Ellen's situation, but I understand the idea of being debt-free feels exciting. But if you don't have any money, or if your money can work for you in better ways and you have pretty reasonable interest rates, you should probably take a hard look at what debt to service. Some debt actually is good debt. So there's good debt and bad debt. And, when we're running these different scenarios as an estate planning firm, my advice is this: talk to your kids and build systems that put them in a position that helps them. And sometimes you have to protect them from themselves. So if I have an 18-year-old grandchild, I'm not going to give them $200,000. Come on, man. Randy, you remember that 18-year-old Randy?
I don't even want to think about
how much trouble would you have got in with $200,000?
I would not be here today.
Yeah, right. So we see these plans all the time that aren't really thought through, which is, if you didn't know this, Golden Reserve is built on a law firm chassis, meaning we started off as a law firm and some of us spun off and did some of the finance stuff too. And the financial firm now has, as part of the roadmap, you sit down and you have an evaluation of all your legal documents. And then if you if you become a client, we update them or we provide new ones. And it's part of that flat fee we pay every year. And you have the ability to get amendments, and get those things taken care of on an ongoing basis because it's really important. But when you're planning the distributions, it's hard, man. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Like, you're never going to love, it's like one of those ideas where if you and your wife aren't happy about the distribution plan, it's probably the right distribution plan because you'll be disagreeing. Like, I don't want such and such to watch my kids. Well, I don't want this person to get it. I don't want this person to get it. And then you get to a point where you basically give your stuff to people that neither of you really want or agree to, which means it's probably right. Like, unfortunately, when you get to the point, you're never going to find pure alignment on how to pass on your wealth. But we can help put guardrails to protect it from divorce. That's a big one. People don't think about that. If you just give your money to your kids and then your kids get divorced, your in-laws could walk away with half the money a year later. Is that what you want? I don't think that's what most people want. Or, probate fees or taxes. All of these things have to be considered. It can't just be about picking NVIDIA, versus Intel, right? Like that can't be it. There has to be more sophisticated advice. And being that Golden Reserve is built on that legal chassis and tax chassis, we can add those flavors to the plan that maybe have been missing the whole time. And even if you don't hire us, the best part is use us. Take advantage of us. Get the roadmap. It doesn't cost anything. And then take it back to your attorney or take it back to your financial person. That's the best part of this thing, is that we don't require anything. We want to help. We think that our plans are better, and that writes the day, and hopefully people choose us. But even if they don't, you still get to walk away with another set of eyes, a second opinion, particularly with the legal stuff. That gets overlooked all the time. And by seeing all of those things laid out systematically in the 5 different risks of where you're at and where we think you should be, it gives a lot of great talking points to get your plan updated a little bit or upgraded in a lot of ways. And we love the fact that if anyone does anything to make their retirement safer, it's a win. Now, the better win would be for you to hire us to do it. But if that doesn't happen, at least you're getting a better plan. You're getting a safer plan. You're going to be happier. And that's pretty awesome, too.
Most people come in and say, just manage my money and make sure I don't lose my money and get me a paycheck. Well, what about the taxes? What about the legal aspect? What about inheritance? What about the fees that we talk about? This is all a part of the roadmap for retirement that Golden Reserve provides, and the people who are in the offices who focus on that area of retirement planning are available to you as well. Can't say that if you just have a stockbroker that's helped you for the last 20 years. That is not what you need as you go into retirement. You need these services as well. Check us out online, getyourroadmap.com. It's a no-cost, no-obligation look at your retirement. Getyourroadmap.com, or you can find us at one of our offices near you, Green Tree, Wexford, and Canonsburg, 412-790-0000. Again, 412-790-0000. Or getyourroadmap.com. Thanks so much for spending some time with us today. We'll be here next week. We hope you will be too. If you can't be, we have a podcast. Just check it out on iTunes or Spotify, or check out our YouTube channel as well under Fire Your Financial Advisor. Have a great weekend.
Thanks for listening to Fire Your Financial Advisor with Greg Ayler. To learn more about getting the help you need to and through retirement, go to getyourroadmap.com.
We are an independent financial services firm helping individuals create retirement strategies using a variety of financial and insurance products to custom suit their needs and objectives. Investment advisory services offered only through investment advisory representatives at Golden Reserve Retirement LLC, a registered investment advisor. Gregory Ayler does not provide investment advisory services nor insurance and annuity products. Insurance products offered through licensed professionals at Golden Reserve LLC, insurance licensed in Alabama, Arizona, California, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Maine, Michigan, Minnesota, Missouri, North Carolina, Nebraska, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Virginia, West Virginia, and Wyoming. Annuity guarantees rely solely on the financial strength and claims-paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Exposures to ideas and financial vehicles discussed are not designed nor intended to be applicable to any person's individual circumstances. It should not be considered as investment advice, nor does it constitute a recommendation that anyone engage in or refrain from a particular course of action. Past performance is not a guarantee of future results. Investments can fluctuate and when redeemed may be worth more or less than when originally invested. Golden Reserve Retirement LLC, Golden Reserve LLC, Golden Reserve Tax LLC, and Ayler Stallings LLC are not affiliated with nor endorsed by the Social Security Administration or any other government agency. Legal services offered by Ayler Stallings LLC. Tax services offered through Golden Reserve Tax LLC. The previous program is paid for by Golden Reserve.
Most of us spend a little time each week or each day watching videos for fun. Cats, dogs, puppies, kittens, whatever makes you smile. We need that. There's also plenty of videos that help us with projects, travel, or something that you really want to know more about, like retirement. That's why we've created the Fire Your Financial Advisor YouTube channel, a place where you can get your retirement questions answered when you have the time. Go to youtube.com and type in Fire Your Financial Advisor.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12 and a half years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories. All caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable.
Ooh, gas station sushi.
That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
The proceeding was paid for by Golden Reserve. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The preceding program was pre-recorded. KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by DEA Take Back Day.
I'm Heather Bosch.
Regardless what happens, we win. We've totally defeated that country.
President Trump today on the historic face-to-face talks underway between the U.S. and Iran in Pakistan aimed at ending the war. CBS's Imtiaz Tayyab has more from Islamabad.
What exactly has been discussed? It's been very difficult to get information from inside the room, but we do know what the key issues are. Those issues are, of course, one of the oldest issues dividing the U.S. and Iran, that is Iran's nuclear program, but this new issue, the Strait of Hormuz, that narrow body of water which Iran controls part of, which has become recognized during the Six-Day War, which has really seen around 20% of the world's energy essentially grind to a halt.
The Washington Post says the Manhattan District Attorney is now investigating a sexual assault claim against California Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell, who's running for governor. Legal expert Lori Levinson.
Even though Swalwell continues to deny the allegations, when it gets to the point where a district attorney's office is opening a formal investigation, it's very clear that there's something, although we don't know how much, behind these allegations. And that's probably why Swalwell's supporters have withdrawn their support and have encouraged him to get out of the race.
Artemis II Commander Reed Weissman and his crewmates appeared at a NASA event in Houston one day after their splashdown.
24 hours ago, the Earth was that big out the window, and we were doing Mach 39, and here we are back at Ellington at home.
The moon flyby was the first lunar mission in half a century. A man has been arrested in connection with a warehouse fire in California. More from CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
And multiple charges have been filed against a man accused of setting fire to a warehouse in California. A video posted to social media shows someone holding a lighter and igniting pallets of toilet paper in a Kimberly-Clark warehouse on Tuesday. The person is heard saying, "Should have paid us more."
A sign of defiance in Miami Beach. CBS's Allison Keyes explains.
Miami Beach has unveiled a new rainbow-colored walkway nearly 6 months after Florida ordered the removal of an LGBTQ-themed crosswalk. Supporters say it means the rebirth of our symbols and our rights. Yesterday's opening of the new installation, steps away from the original crosswalk, is part of Pride celebrations this weekend.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis told several communities to remove the decorative roadway markings or risk losing state transportation funds. This is CBS News.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
With just weeks until the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500, the Speedway has been hosting a competition that is a little less gas-guzzling. It wraps up today. CBS's Jennifer Kuiper.
Hundreds of students are facing off to build the most environmentally friendly car they can. They're tiny. This student engineer pointing out,
our miles per gallon actually just goes up because there's not a lot that is being used because it is just so light.
Indianapolis is one of 4 cities worldwide hosting Shell's Eco Marathon. The cars are built to run on battery power, internal combustion, or hydrogen. Mel DeWitt is the global technical director for the Shell Eco Marathon.
I want them to go home with that sense of camaraderie and sense of accomplishment.
The winning team gets $3,000 and the chance to compete in Qatar. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Gas prices are still rising rising due to the Iran war, but some drivers are saving money by fueling up at tribal-owned gas stations. Tribes are exempt from state gas taxes. I'm Heather Bosch, CBS News.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly sunny this afternoon with a high near 60. Clear early tonight, then increasing cloud late, little near 40. Tomorrow, clouds and some sun, becoming much warmer for the afternoon, high 78. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I had to wait till that part because that's my favorite part of that song. When the piano goes.
What's the name of the song? What's the name of that song?
10th Avenue Freeze Out.
You're reading it.
10th Avenue Freeze Out.
Are you reading it?
I did read that,
okay.
But I do know that's
Are you
how
singing?
The song. No, I was not singing. You did not capture me. Yeah, Anna, cancel that recording.
It's John and Rachel. We're so glad to be back. We had a great night last night. It's one of those weekends where it's nonstop amazing Pittsburgh people. Here's how you know it's amazing. Somebody posted that he was going to be on today, and Bobby Cherry said, I just might have to listen in.
Well, Bobby Cherry.
So you know.
That's the part where you might have to.
Might?
Yeah. What is that question?
Right. Well, it's because context clues. Bobby Cherry loves a couple of things: Sheets, Christmas, and Kennywood.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Erie, there you go. That voice is Brian Butko, who will be joining us. But John and I will go through very quickly because who wants to hear us whenever you have the amazing Brian Butko in the studio? But today was amazing. Beautiful. The weather is just what we're hoping is going to be the rest of spring, except I looked yesterday, it's going to be like close to 80. I'll take it. Then it starts to do that kind of dip thing again, but then it gets better again. So hopefully we're staying for walking weather, John. And when I say walking weather, that's what you did, right?
Yeah, I did the walk down through the North Shore today, and I was just looking here to see
how many steps do you have.
I'm at 23,080 steps today.
That's some
now,
good stuff.
Now, if I could get 23,080 steps every day, I would actually look like I'm in shape, but I didn't.
Oh, here we go.
But anyways, I walked down through the North Shore, down through Brighton Heights, California Avenue.
Sure.
And through the North Side by Nova Place. And then I tried to see what I could get around the perimeter of this new footprint of what's around. And I'll just, as I told you, it's like a big
you were nebbing.
Cage.
Yes.
It's like a little city inside the cage because there are forklifts and cranes and all this movement going on and there's stages. But you see that big, whatever, like a barracks-looking thing. Yeah.
Okay.
So you see that. But I walked all around over by the Science Center, then over by Rooney Way. And, I mean, it's fence, and security people all over it.
I mean, they don't want anybody to see it.
And you really can't see anything because there's just cargo things everywhere in the way.
Sure.
So I think it's fascinating, and I was describing you as like it's almost like it's a battleship or an aircraft carrier because they're like their own contained city.
Sure.
And that's what seems to be happening right there. All these people working there, getting ready for I forget what it's called.
Yeah, what is coming to town? Where there's hundreds of thousands
NFL
of people.
draft.
Oh, the
Yes,
draft.
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
the
yes,
draft.
yes.
Yeah,
It's
that
been
little
so hard
thing.
to remember. Hardly anybody mentions it, especially in excuses as to why they've got nothing done at work.
Right. We've been talking about that. We said, like, even if you live in, like, Aspinwall, somewhere that's really nowhere near the path or anywhere near anything that's going on, people are like, oh, I'm sorry. That's the newest excuse.
Yeah.
So I know you didn't ask, but I'll tell you.
I was getting late.
I did
so I was
not.
letting you
I did
finish.
walk this morning,
Yes.
and I walked our typical route, which is Bellevue. We talk all the time about you live in Brighton Heights, I live in Ross Township. We meet in Bellevue and walk the the loop.
It's the loop. Yeah, the PTR, I guess. Loop.
So, every Sunday for the last almost year, I've walked with my friend Jamie through the North Shore, ironically. And she couldn't do it tomorrow, and we're going to the 412 festivities. And so she said, do you want to walk Saturday? And I was like, yes, but come to Bellevue. And she loved it, by the way. She thought that was a great walk. Only 5,000 steps from where we start. So nowhere near your 20,000, but it was definitely worth it.
Is it normally what you guys do on the North Shore?
We do more.
Oh, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, we normally get like 10.
Okay.
Yeah. But anyway, so I had to do it very quickly. I had to be early this morning because my youngest, my daughter, was looking at colleges.
How about that?
Listen, as a parent, when you go through it the first time, it's so surreal because you don't think about it. But you do it. And we actually did it during COVID for my first son. And I remember walking through like Penn State. Nobody could guide you. Nobody could give you a tour because they weren't doing that. So we had to just sort of like figure it out. Like, wonder what this building is and how does everything sort of come to fruition? And that was great. It all worked out. He graduates with his master's degree this year. Crazy to think that. And then my next one knew that he was, because he worked at Robert Morris, was going to go to Robert Morris. So we kind of skipped that whole process. And now this is finite. This is the end. I don't even know how I'm going to cope. I mean, it's not even about the decision that she makes. It's just the fact that she's going to be gone. Go ahead.
And were you about to say the level of the intensity of it all kind of is watered down on the third one?
A little bit.
Because, people say that all, your first kid falls off the curb and you go, oh my God, call the trauma center.
Yes.
And then the second, third, and fourth one, you're like, get up, let's go eat some pizza.
Yeah, let's go.
And so are you going through that same process?
A little, yes and no.
Okay.
Because, I've taken each one differently, as you do. They're each different in their own way. But I think because she's the only girl, she's the baby, there's 6 years difference between the first and the last. So it's like this finite, I don't know. I feel it. I'm weepier. I think because I'm older, it was a different time. I'm going to be the F word in less than a month. Who even wants to think about that? I think there's a lot of things that are just coming into play. The fact that she's always been there, no matter what we were doing, she was there. And now it's kind of like, she may not be home with me.
Yeah.
It's just a different kind of thought. What I do like is I know the motions to go through. Like, I know what to do, the questions to ask, how to get her started, how to guide her, and how to kind of step back, So, but it was La Roche today. Mm-hmm. Beautiful day for La Roche. And it's so close to our house. So that was cool. And I made sure I just sort of snuck in. Listen, I timed it. It's 12 minutes from the house.
So we'll know if you stop off and buy beer.
No, not for that. No, she would not do that, John. What are you even thinking
Abby
about?
Wouldn't do that.
No, because this is my opinion only. I've been to La Roche for things like we've spoken there. We've done some events there. It's a very quaint little campus. The best part to me were the dorms. They have the most fabulous dorms. And she concurred. And she was like, but I don't want to live on campus if I live 12 minutes away. I was like, oh, yay. She's smart when it comes to finances, because why spend the money when you literally are 12 minutes
But don't you want her to have the college experience even if she goes
So I'm going to go now. No. Yes, we talked about that before, same with Dominic at Robert Morris. I think that's important. And I even suggested that maybe she thinks about how to save for room and board for that first year to get that experience and then see from there.
Yeah, right.
So we'll see. But I don't know she's really, really big on, she wants to go see Carlo. She wants to go see Point Park. And she's very much hooked on Slippery Rock because she wants to be a teacher and they have a great program. So
a teacher would be a good thing.
Yeah.
Now let me ask you, because you're more current, more recently a parent,
I'm a hip mom.
a school mom.
Yeah.
How many trips have you taken to the Heinz History Center? As a school mom, chaperoning.
About, I would say, a half dozen.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
But we go back even during holiday season when my kids are in. You know that. We just went this past year. Yeah, it's fantastic. Why do you ask?
Well, because how about this? Our next guest is from the Heinz History Center. Right.
I thought he was Mr. Kennywood.
Historian, and he is going to talk all about Kennywood because they had a little party over there.
Little party.
We kind of missed out on it, but hey.
It's media day.
At least we saved the calories.
We saved the calories, and we get to hear all the stories. It's John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
It started with a single room. Now, more than a decade later, many rooms and outside too. That CertaPro Painters has visited my house and made an amazing transformation. Get a free estimate quickly. Do it now. Take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And know that each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy sessions, and job skills development, serving students ages 5 through 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find St. Anthony school programs within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, they have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market Team when they discuss Orthodox Easter traditions and leftover ham recipes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is John and Rachel, and we are reminiscing about colleges because I was talking about my daughter checking out La Roche. So many good schools and so many good things to see in Pittsburgh. And when we think of Pittsburgh, one of the icons who we have had in our parade, who we have had on the podcast, who we have visited, as John said, at the Heinz History Center, is Brian Butko. I need to start with this, Brian. I've asked you this before. Yinzers want to know, Butko, Butko.
Well,
because I've heard it both.
It should be Budka.
Oh, sure.
Oh, okay.
But then it Americanized to Butco. And then everybody still says it that way, except my little family at South End of West Mifflin, it became Butco.
Okay. See? Okay. So you'll go by
most people say
Butco.
So all like my dad and his mom, they were all Buddy Butco.
Oh, really?
That was their nicknames.
Yep.
Yeah.
But somehow we became Butco. There's no wrong way.
Because it's Pittsburgh. There's no wrong way. It is so true. And if you were listening in the beginning, I said that the one and only Bobby Cherry, another Pittsburgh icon, was mentioning that he's listening tonight because of Brian. So thank you for giving us that other listener with Bobby Cherry. We certainly appreciate that.
By the way, shout out to Ken, who's in the hospital tonight, right? Little pneumonia, nothing too bad, but he's
Ken,
always
if you're listening, we hope you're feeling better.
So Brian, you're a Heinz History Center. You wrote a book about Chip Tam. You wrote a book about the Bettis Aviation, and now you basically got to go to Kennywood and hang out and see what's new food-wise, what's new, what's old ride-wise. So how is that? Big media day at Kennywood. We're getting ready to open.
Yeah, well, I've lived my whole life in West Mifflin, so I even have walked to the park before, so it's just always been there. I think we all sort of take it for granted, but not everybody has an amusement park and they're within walking distance.
Yeah.
And then, when I was just starting into history and would drive by, and my dad used to say, Brian, you ought to write a book about the park. And, in my youthful wisdom, I'd say, oh, Dad, there's already books. And now I'm working on my third book about the park, which will be out next June. But Media Day was pretty nice. There's no new rides, but they're doing lots of improvements. It may not be exciting to other people, but I love seeing good pavement. They're putting concrete all around the potato patch that'll be easier to clean and no more water puddles.
I was going to say, will it be cheese absorbent?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I hope so. Or cheese easier to clean off.
Clean off.
I'm always the guy that if you see someone cleaning the fries and the cheese and all that, I can't help it. Clean up.
Are you serious, Brian? Do you do that?
Oh, yeah, you got to. And the workers are always like, what?
They're like, who's the guy? Yeah, right. That is so funny. But, to your point, we can't always have a new ride, can't always have the new thing. Yeah. And that's okay because we have such a great facility there that sprucing it up, redding it up is always a good thing.
Well, we got used to it because in the old days, those rides were owned by concessionaires. So companies owned those. So that's why it was free to get in because they wanted you to get in and then... That's why the rides would have big flashy fronts because they want you to spend their ticket money on them and do it over and over. And when that went away, now the park owns them all. So that whole idea has shifted. That's why passes are more popular now because they get your money up front and then you can come as often as you want. Whereas before, they wanted you to get in and buy those tickets.
This is the first time I've heard
I never realized that.
Yeah.
The things you learn when Brian Butko comes on.
And that's why each year, a couple concessions would leave and one or two new rides would move in and they'd stay there for a couple years.
Okay.
Yeah. How about that?
Like corporations would sponsor them or no, the people that owned the rides?
There would be small companies that would own them.
Okay.
And they would bring it in and then next year they'd move the ride to Westview Park or Hershey.
Yeah. Westview Park was one I would walk from my cousin's house on Bronx Avenue down into the back of the park, and we go there. But so what is, I saw that they were cleaning up the merry-go-round, like repainting some of the horse or something like that, some of the pieces of the merry-go-round.
Yeah, they've been working on that, and the lion is all shiny and brand new. And they have another, Celebrate Kennywood at the beginning of the year. It's kind of like a pre-Bites and Pints with different foods, French fry-based foods, which... Never a bad idea.
I love the potato patch.
And the whip, their first whip was 100 years ago, a different whip. So they're painting that up and putting logos on it. And the Phantom's Revenge is 25 now. So it's getting some station upgrades that are pretty cool. And you'll hear the Phantom, I guess, threatening you, ride my ride or else kind of stuff.
Wow. Now, does it excite you? Are you that person who, like, it's opening day for Pirates, so everybody's like get out there and go see the game. Is that what you're like for Kennywood? No.
I take after my mom to avoid all crowds.
Oh,
is
really?
that right? Okay.
So you prefer something like a media day where you can kind of acclimate, see it at your own pace.
And then the day after opening day when
it dies down a little bit.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Are you a rider?
Well, I used to be, and the worst part was the parades because they would close rides. It's hard to get around. Always hated it. But now I realize I'm the guy like, a parade. Let me get some food and get this bench and sit back, relax.
And kind of observe. Yeah.
But I still like some rides, but not I don't think I'll ever try the Black Widow. That's a little bit out there for me.
Have you ridden the Steeler ride?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I love it.
Yeah. It's such a smooth ride, that as long as the rider's okay with some height or loops, it's smoother than most every ride in the park. So
almost, yeah. And I'm not even joking. Smoother than many roads.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? It's unbelievable. Yeah. And so when you go through this here, do you have? I know. You're the historian, right? You're not really allowed to pick a favorite because you have to be objective,
you have to be that
right?
guy.
But can we get you? Do you have a favorite nostalgic versus new ride?
Well, I like the Racer a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, me too.
It's a classic ride.
Sure.
And well, it's sad to see some of them like the ghost ship burned down or the turnpike got taken out. Kind of miss some of those rides.
Yeah. Yeah.
John, what's your favorite? Is it the?
It's definitely now. It was the Steel Phantom.
Okay.
But now it's the Steeler ride for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And that when I go to Kennywood, that's the one day they were in the same spot of the park. It was corn dog and cheese fries. That was it. That was, and then on the way out, some cotton candy because that was right by the tunnel going out to the parking lot. Had my plan.
Do they still have that candy? I mean, I literally did not make it there last year. I can't believe it. I went an entire year without going. But do they still have that candy area when you're leaving?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And is it is that updated or is it just all kinds of candy? Okay.
Yeah, it's really beautifully remodeled now. It still looks classic, but nice and clean and bright. Yeah, it's cool.
Okay. There you go. Look, getting all the inside scoop. And for inquiring minds, who did you hang out with when you were there for Media Day?
Oh, well, Christy Graver was there, and we had a great time touring around the park and seeing all the new things, getting the inside info. So, for example, one of the big reveals, the Dippin' Dots cart is moving.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, it's not up there with a new coaster. But
of course, but I love Dippin' Dots. I think Dippin' Dots are fantastic.
Well,
are you a fan?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, now they're moving.
They are. Now they're closer to the Jackrabbit.
Oh, okay. Look at that. The things you find out.
Now, before we got on the air, we were talking about you're married, lived in West Mifflin the whole time and all that kind of stuff. When we come back, can we kind of nail you down as to whether you and your wife or your wife to be then back then matched clothes, matched shoes, and all those kind of stuff? We're going to nail you down to that kind of question because I know you're way beyond those kind of questions as an author, but we're the basic people. Are you good with that?
Oh, yeah.
All right, you're going to hang with us. It's John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding, with an exciting opportunity.
Normally, Larry, we offer $500 off any complete roofing and siding replacements. For our spring promotion, we're offering an additional $500 off.
Joe, that's $1,000.
That's right, Larry.
You better call today. The roofing experts, JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. 412-829-7711. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. With historic face-to-face peace talks underway in Pakistan between the U.S. and Iran, President Trump is saying,
let's see what happens. Maybe they make a deal, maybe they don't. It doesn't matter. From the standpoint of America, we win.
He says the U.S. has totally defeated Iran as the war enters a seventh week. A man is in custody in connection with a Kimberly-Clark warehouse fire in California. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
The person has been arrested and charged with multiple felony arson-related charges. The fire destroyed the more than 1 million square foot building.
Miami Beach unveils a new rainbow-colored walkway nearly 6 months after one nearby was removed. More from CBS's Allison Keys.
The Pride Parade in Miami Beach is at noon tomorrow. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis told several communities to remove decorative roadway markings last fall or risk losing state transportation funding. Miami Beach appealed the decision but lost.
CBS News Brief, I'm Heather Bosch.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Don't miss the deadline. File by 4/15. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
When a medical injury, misdiagnosis, or neglect in a nursing home turns your life upside down, your family deserves attorneys with decades of complex trial experience. At Massa Law Group, local Pittsburgh attorneys concentrate their practice to helping medical and nursing home injury victims. Their team listens, lays out your options clearly, and will pursue the justice your family deserves. Licensed in PA, Ohio, and West Virginia, visit massalawgroup.com or call 412-338-1800.
When it comes to surgery, trust matters. At Independence Health System, our award-winning surgeons use advanced techniques and technology to deliver safe, precise, and personalized care. We offer minimally invasive options for faster recovery, smaller incisions, and less risk. From hernia repair to bariatric surgery, our skilled team is here for you every step of the way. Learn more at independence.health. Independence Health System. Expert care here.
It's spring. That means birthdays, anniversaries, graduations, Mother's Day, and fresh, colorful spring flowers from OliverFlowers.com. Family-owned Oliver Flowers, celebrating spring for 96 years. Order online for free delivery in their service area. OliverFlowers.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Sunshine and a few clouds this afternoon with a high temperature nearing 60. Tonight will be clear early, then some clouds move in late, low 40. Tomorrow, clouds and some intervals of sun becoming much warmer for the afternoon, high 78. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Let's return to Rachel and John on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Yeah, man, we are hanging out with Brian Butka, Buddy. We got it all going on. We had the whole background as we were taking time to not listen to the news because we just were trying to catch up with you, Brian, from the Heinz History Center, author, writer. You've been on our podcast a number of times, and as I said, I was just mentioning that I texted my brother and sister because your shirt says, by the way, you could see Brian on the Metropolitan Window Company KDKA Radio YouTube channel. And you have the Isley's Chipped Ham shirt on, and you wrote a book about that. You wrote so many books, but we're talking about specifically Kennywood today because you visited Media Day, and it is just getting ready to open. And again, I never went to White Swan Park. Rachel, did you do White Swan Park? Like, did your dad perform there?
No, my dad never performed there, but I'm so glad you asked me that because both my mom and my dads worked for Duquesne Light.
Oh, okay.
And that was where their like parties were.
Company?
You know, like their
Picnic?
What's the word I'm looking for? Like summer party. Yeah,
Oh,
like
okay.
their company parties. I did not even know what Kennywood Park was because we did White Swan. Like I thought that was the coolest thing. And my husband remembers Westview Park, which is right by where I live.
Westview was
and my dad talks about that all the time. He performed there a lot, but I don't remember it. My husband's only a year older than me.
We went through 8 years of Catholic school, and I think it was the 8th year that maybe when Westview wasn't around, and our lives were shattered. Like, oh my God, we're going to go to this big park and we're all going to get lost. We were so nervous. But
was it big? It couldn't have been big, right?
Because going to Kennywood was much bigger. You know what I mean? Westview was contained. Even my cousins would come from Florida and say, we love hanging out at this park because we're allowed to just go run around versus Disney World.
Yeah.
So not that we're getting into the histories of parks, Brian, but for sure. But Kennywood has preserved that essence of a neighborhood park, but it seems like it's getting a little tougher to do that. Yeah?
Yeah, well, I think
Just like
business
anything,
struggles to stay relevant yet preserve its heritage. It's a real challenge. And, people like me want to see older stuff, but, if you're in 5th grade or 10th grade, you're not real. Most kids aren't concerned about history. They want to see something new, flashy ride.
Sure. But so the question I teased before we went, because we have to talk about really real stuff, but this is real hard-hitting news for me, I think, is that, this whole thing of couples matching and wearing the same,
it's hard-hitting,
a shirt, same shirt, same colors. Did you do that does that happen in other states, or is that just a Pittsburgh thing, Kennywood thing?
I've never heard it in other states.
Okay.
I think Kennywood reflects Pittsburgh of being that big city, but made of lots of neighborhoods.
Yeah.
And people stick around for generations. So I think that might account for it. But no, my wife, Sarah, I don't think we ever matched because, I really haven't changed my style since my mom used to go to shop for me at Penny's and Sears, and I'm still pretty much dressed like I did when I was 5 years old. And I don't think Sarah would want to match that.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
But I can ask her if she'd like to.
I think you should. Oh, that would be so cute.
That's what you should have done for Media Day. So now when you're going into non-Media Day, when it's non-peak day, I think we should go get a picture of you two going in matching clothes.
Absolutely.
Seersucker shorts.
There you go. Seersucker is not, it's too warm for seersucker already.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I didn't
even know. I just know it's a name. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
No, you're fine. I mean, it's a material.
Okay.
Yeah. But did you ever dress up for Kennywood?
Yeah.
Like you twinned?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but the biggest
With your
thing-
siblings?
No. But I do remember, we lived within walking distance of the school, and so everybody showed up at the school gym to get their free lunch tickets and whatever before everybody left, and everybody was in new tennis shoes.
Oh, yeah. You wore your
all that
newest
kind
of the
stuff.
new, for sure.
And you knew you were going to get the grease on them from the roller coaster somewhere along the way.
Yeah, somehow you came home not as clean as you went, for sure.
Yeah.
Brian, we love hearing about Kennywood. We love your passion for Kennywood, and I think it's just so unique that you live right there. That's why it's so special to you, and that's why it's so important to you. But as John said, you've written so many different books, and you're such a historian. You're working on another one.
Yeah, well, let's see. At the History Center, working on and designing a guidebook for Meadowcroft, the oldest site of human habitation out
Great
in
place.
Ohio.
Yeah.
It's a fun day trip to Meadowcroft. We're actually been working with the county airport authority for a year on a book that'll be about some aviation history leading up to the new terminal and the history and behind the scenes of that. And then, the third of my Kennywood trilogy books. So I did the little pocket guide.
Yeah.
And then Luna, which is basically the founding of Kennywood's story. And now this big book coming out next summer that will coordinate with a big exhibition at the History Center on the amusement park industry in Western Pennsylvania, because there was Kennywood, there Westview, Idlewild, but there's so many more parks. And then the industry here, too. There are lots of manufacturers, a lot of important people related to the industry. And so it'll be a look behind the scenes at how all that developed. My book will be just about Kennywood. It will be blueprints and artist renderings. And I've been saving some great, I love older color photos. Been saving those. It's hard not to share them. But that'll all be in a big sort of coffee table size-ish book next June. So a year from now, June.
Oh my gosh,
I
we have
love
to put a
that.
mark on my calendar for that. I want that.
It'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah. What is it more interesting for you? Because you do, as we were talking off the air, you do love the writing piece, but you also love to make sure that there's that photo accompanying it. Is it the whole package for you, or how do you what's the science behind the manner in which you put things together?
That's a pretty good observation. I do.
Good question, Rach. Yeah.
Not only a question, but knowing that I sort of like the photos. Yeah, well, I love sort of behind the scenes, anything.
Yeah.
Like the making of features for movies. I like those more than the movies sometimes.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Yeah.
And so with Kennywood, the great old photos, especially color ones, is almost like behind the scenes, because there's a great view of the pony track that's now where Steelers country is. A lot of people think of the
log jimmer.
Yeah, the log jimmer being there.
Right.
But I love that there was a neon horse above the entrance to the pony area. So I do love both those kind of things, and I hope that that comes through in the books, that people, it's not just telling the story, but a little bit of sharing the excitement with people over these lost stories.
Are you a fan of colorizing the black and white photos at all?
Not a big fan.
Okay.
I do a little bit, but overall, not real into colorizing, especially not into all the how people are embracing AI to make fake photos.
Yeah, for what you do, I can imagine. Yeah. Right? Yeah, you don't want to enhance.
So if some of that helps make our photos clearer, that's one thing. But I really don't like changing or inventing things. But the public seems to love it. When people post those, they seem to love it. But not really my favorite.
When you go to do a book like this, do you do a call out for people to send in personal photos? Or do you? It's really about you go and research.
A little. I love when people offer things, but I would be overwhelmed if I asked for things.
Okay.
But just today, Pam Kanai, a big fan of Kennywood, sent me some of her family's photos of the 70s and 80s. Her as a little girl, her dad marked on the back of a ticket. Pam rode 25 rides today in 1978. And I just love getting that personal connection is really wonderful. And the fact that people want to share those things is amazing.
Yeah.
That's for me, that's it. It's the stories. And you tell the story so well because you're passionate about it. And you can tell that you love being right there. Everybody has their niche thing, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, for me, we're doing this, Sylvia from Berg Bits and Bites, she does these different tours. And she did one for Butler. She did one, they're active, and she does one for Brookline. And she just essentially tells stories about these neighborhoods. And I said, you should do one about the North Side, and she is. And I'm so excited for that because when it's a part of where you grew up and what you preserve it in your own way. Yeah. And you're anxious to see how somebody else, sees it, perceives it. So we appreciate you because we get to kind of see it through your eyes. And the fact that you still live there is awesome.
Yeah.
Now we have to come see your place. That's what's next.
Okay.
We'll come to Brian's house.
We're all gonna go wear matching Brian clothes.
John, we can check mark that we've talked Kennywood. We know what's new. Thank goodness we got the overview. We know what book he's working on. We know that he has worked at the Heinz History Center. We need to hear more Heinz History Center, and we have to ask him a few Yinzer questions next. It's John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
We're only 12 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Been 30, time would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on May 5th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, this is our last segment with Brian Butko because, Brian, I don't know what's on your calendar, but we have other guests coming in. But, man, I'll tell you, it's like we need like a whole day of shows with you just to get everything out of you. But the good news is people can email you, find you over at the Heinz History Center. They can get your books and all that stuff's kind of cool. And I want to tease the fact that at one point you led us into a story, not today, but in a previous conversation about how the Eaton Park and the drive-up thing all happened, where somebody was working there and then they had to. So I want to tease that we're going to save that for the end of the hour. All right. So but in the meantime, we would love for people to know how to get your books, how to find you, where your office is in the Heinz History Center. But we cannot possibly let you give that information unless you play our little game of the Yinzer questions.
Wait, let me just stop you there. Do you want people to know where your office is in the Heinz History Center, Brian? I'm not sure.
It's pretty easy to find because I have a giant Eaton Park neon sign behind my desk. So it's the most easy to find desk in the whole history center.
Very identifiable.
Right, there you go. And don't look for them to be flipping burgers, though. It's just a sign.
Yep, that's the sign.
All right. So are you ready to answer our Yinzer questions?
I guess so. A little bit scared.
Should I? All right.
You want to start? I had a lifesaver because
we
I
have
was
this thing. The first one is we talk about what's the it's the golden goose of Pittsburgh. Primanti sandwich. Rachel say, look, I support them, but I don't eat it. Ketchup makes
not my jam.
Ketchup makes me gag. I can't even come close to smelling it. So that would mean you might have to remove my.
Look at you shaking your head.
That would.
Right? Are you worried about us?
That would mean I might have to have my Yinzer card taken away. What is something that we might have to take the Brian Butko's Yinzer card away for?
Well, would it count that I already said I wouldn't ride the Black Widow?
We can take that if you. Yeah, we could take that. Yeah. All right.
All
right. Is that where you're going? Yeah, you're playing it safe.
You're
I get it.
Final answer, right?
Yeah, Mr. Kennywood.
Right.
We developed this thing called the neighborhood nuh-uh because so many Pittsburghers, I try not to fall into that lazy tongue Yinzer talk, but I do give a nuh-uh. Mm-hmm. What's a neighborhood nuh-uh? Something we wouldn't know about. It doesn't have to be West Mifflin, but you're from there, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm doing a lot of early research around Bettis Airport and County Airport. And back then it was Mifflin Township. And so it was one of the original townships in the state, named after the governor of Mifflin. But all the towns, all the cities kept breaking away. So Hayes, West Homestead, Duquesne, Pleasant Hills, Baldwin, they kept carving out their own, Dravosburg. And so finally, Mifflin Township had enough. And in 1944, they incorporated as West Mifflin Borough so that places could stop chipping away at them. So that's where West Mifflin comes from.
That's pretty
Would you have known that?
No, I would not have known that. And this is where I'm telling you, the story that we teased earlier when we're going to have you right before we close is that's another great story. All right. So another thing we have, and that question Rachel just gave you, it's set up for you. You probably have 24 answers ready in a Rolodex, right?
He's a nuh-uh guy.
He's a historian kind of guy. Mm-hmm. All right, so what is your procrastination destination in Pittsburgh? You go to a party, they say, hey, Brian, you ever been to? And you're like, I just haven't had a chance to get there yet. Please don't say the Heinz History Center. All right, all right. So do you have one of those?
Well, I've been to, I think, most of the big ones.
Yeah.
But, what I really miss is there's so many, coffee shops, but cool bars especially that I haven't been to. So, people talk about Gooski's.
Yeah,
I drive by when I go to Khyber Coffee, but I don't go in. Or I went with Charles Phoenix, who's sort of well known for his pop culture stuff. We went to photograph the Modern Cafe. We went inside and talked to him, but I've never gone in and had a beer. So I really need to start. I need someone to drag me to all the cool Pittsburgh
a dive
taverns.
bar.
I feel a series coming on.
Sarah and I used to do a dive bar tour. We would go out in West Mifflin. We would hit all the dive bars. COVID stopped it, and we haven't started it back up. But yes, if anybody would like to start up a new dive bar tour or a regular bar, I don't want to make bars feel that they're divey.
Okay, listen. Well, I've said it twice, but you two were too in deep conversation. I feel a series coming on. I think we should do this. We will take you to dive bars. John loves them. I won't eat or drink there, but I'm happy to come look around.
You drink out of a bottle. You don't drink out of a glass in any of those places, right?
And just let Brian tell stories.
Yes.
Right?
Right. People would be buying us drinks all night long.
Just for him to be there.
Right.
I agree.
We just kind of reap his benefits, right? I love it.
There you go.
We were at Shelley Pie last night down in Turtle Creek.
Yeah.
John talks about that all the time.
I requested we need to sit in the bar room, and at the end, everybody's like, "Where are you?" And I'm like, "I'm taking pictures of the back bar. It's beautiful with the lights and the carved wood. It's an old VFW."
Okay.
I did not know that.
And it's a spin-off of the old Vincent's. right? Somehow along the way.
I've never been there.
Yeah.
That could be one of mine.
Really good food, yeah.
I went there during COVID when they had all plasticed up and everything, but I was like, I have to get us Shelly pie if I was out that way. That's good. All right, so we teased the fact that we're going to tell this other story, but in the meantime, we did promise you if you answered our questions, you could give your information. So, Brian, where does everybody find out all about your work, all the books you've written? Because we're so proud to know you and so proud that you put all this stuff out there.
Well, thank you. Well, all my recent books are through the History Center, so if you go to their website or if you're ever at the History Center, they're sold there. The Kennywood, Luna, and Bettis, and the other books we've done that I'm in charge of there for publication. So a great book on Heinz, the Italian-American collection, all those are there. And, of course, the History Center is expanding now. We'll have an even bigger gift shop.
Yeah.
All the things.
That's it? Yeah.
Check it out.
So
You're like, I'm
find it all.
done.
Yeah.
I'm done. I told you what you needed.
I paused because I promised I would also say a few words that, people have been worried about Miss Pittsburgh. The History Center has owned Miss Pittsburgh for a quarter century. There's nothing to worry about. It's literally an accessioned artifact. So it's nowhere, there's nowhere safer for it to be than in a controlled environment, security.
Yes.
Humidity, all that is safe, and it's hanging from the ceiling, so nobody can touch it or vandalize it.
Yeah.
We've been talking for a year about plans for it, so there's nothing to worry about.
You're like, hold my beer, everybody.
Yeah,
nothing to worry about. Yeah, don't panic.
All right, Brian, we teased up the fact that how did this the story you told us one time about how the service, it'd be cool. Yeah. Somebody said it'd be cool if we walked up and had people come out to the car and take their order. How did that all go down?
Well, you're probably referring to Isley's.
Yes.
Their vice president was touring the stores in Ohio, and he saw Frisch's, which was the first big boy franchise. And so he brought that back to Henry Isley with the idea, and Henry Isley said, you'll go broke the first winter. So he said, well, can I start on the side this little company? So he got Isley's managers together, and they formed Eaton Park, and that's how Eaton Park got started.
The place for smiles.
And in fact, the one out in Whitehall on Route 51, that was an Isley property, and Isley's, they'd been in business and they didn't really like the idea of moving to the suburbs too much. They went into a few plazas, but they were really invested in those in-town stores. And so that's why Eaton Park developed in place of what Isley's would have done with that same idea.
Brian Butko, Heinz History Center.
He needs to come every week.
Memories, all that kind of stuff. We appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you for having me.
We're going to talk
Always
some school board stuff.
Yes, we learned a little bit, and now we're going to learn some more.
Right.
It's John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor, very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. It's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city, this is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more, and Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-981-1620. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-981-1620 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-981-1620. Again, 412-981-1620. 412-981-1620.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Heather Bosch. The U.S. military says 2 of its destroyers have traveled through the Strait of Hormuz. Peace talks have wrapped up for the day between U.S. and Iran. President Trump.
We're sweeping the strait. In addition to that, we're negotiating. Whether we make a deal or not makes no difference to me.
He says Iran has been totally defeated. Arizona Democratic Senator Mark Kelly today criticized Trump's handling of the war.
This guy went into this thing without a strategic goal that was well defined, without a plan, without a timeline, and because of that, we're in this situation.
Kelly at the National Action Network conference. The war has led to high fuel prices and even shortages in Ireland. The BBC's Moira Alderson.
The Irish government is set to resume talks to try to defuse fuel protests that have entered their 5th day. Nationwide protests against high fuel prices, which have been caused by the war in the Middle East, are causing severe shortages. Key depots and the country's only refinery have been blockaded, as have a number of motorways. Nearly a third of petrol stations are now running dry. Ministers said the army is on standby to help the police to remove blockades, but no action has been taken so far.
Artemis II Commander Reed Wiseman got a little emotional at a NASA event today.
This was not easy. Being 200,000 plus miles away from home, like before you launch, it feels like it's the greatest dream on Earth. And when you're out there, you just want to get back to your families and your friends.
The 4-person crew splashed down yesterday after a lunar mission. California Congressman Eric Swalwell's bid for governor is at risk amid claims of sexual assault and an investigation. Legal expert Lori Levinson.
Coming on so close to the primary in California and having such a serious turn to have the Manhattan DA open a criminal investigation will make it extremely tough for Swalwell to continue with his gubernatorial campaign.
Swalwell denies the accusations. Texas public school students might be learning stories from the Bible. CBS's Allison Keyes explains.
The Board of Education in Texas has given preliminary approval to a curriculum including teachings from the Christian Bible. That would include stories like Jonah and the whale. It's part of another contentious battle over the role of religion in classrooms. Opponents have raised concerns that students of some other faiths might feel ostracized, but supporters say the nation was founded on Christian principles, and it is important to remember those roots.
The new curriculum would take effect in 2030 if it gets final approval. This is CBS News.
Join Adriana Diaz and Kelly O'Grady for the perfect start to your weekend. Ease into your Saturday with CBS Saturday Morning on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines.
These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
A new U.S. study says soda taxes aren't cutting America's biggest sugar stop, the drive-thru.
A New York University study says soda taxes in some cities don't change what people buy at fast food windows. Pascal Rumo analyzed receipts from 7,000 Taco Bells.
What we found was that 6 sugary drink tax policies didn't change the calories that people purchase from beverage transactions in drive-thru settings.
Rumo says customers buying combo meals don't notice drink prices the way they do in convenience stores.
If a tax in a fast food restaurant setting were more noticeable, it probably would change behavior.
Brad Gibson for CBS News.
The popular In-N-Out burger chain does not plan to introduce mobile ordering anytime soon. Owner Lindsay Snyder Ellingson said during a speech at Pepperdine and posted on YouTube, it would take away from the customer service experience. The company operates In-N-Out burger restaurants in 10 states. I'm Heather Bosch, CBS News.
Straight Talk.
Why would you ask a financial advisor permission to spend your own retirement money? There's something wrong with this system. Tune in for a different kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh body repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly sunny this afternoon with a high near 60. Clear early tonight, then increasing cloud late, low near 40. Tomorrow, clouds and some sun, becoming much warmer for the afternoon, high 78. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's Rachel and John on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is us, and we are glad to be back. John, I didn't do the it is Rachel and John. Instead, I just said us.
Yeah, it was good. You're like leading into it.
I need to do better. I need a better.
But This Is Us becomes another conversation, right?
It was a great show.
Yeah.
I binged it, and then I got sick of it.
Right.
What are you binging?
The news. I don't have any.
I thought you started on the Pit.
Listen, I'm trying to make you proud of me. I
can't.
I subscribe to HBO Max.
Mm-hmm. And how many episodes have you watched?
Well, and I watched the opening because I was very entertained because my office used to be right inside that door. And then
at AGH.
Yeah. And then I watched 1 episode so far. So I don't know how many there are now right now.
Of season 1.
Right. So how many total am I behind?
Like 26.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm going to have to call off work a day or two.
That's fine. Just please.
The one time I'm going to be allowed. I
need to have this
pneumonia,
conversation with you.
And I'm not allowed to call off work. But everybody tells me, and you tell me all the time, I would really
You would
get
love
into
it. It was your life. You would understand it.
Yeah.
In
So-
my life, if there was a bingo card for me, what would be on it?
Let's see. You're a Catholic. Yeah, right? And you're on the school board. You mentioned it twice last night on the podcast.
Did I?
Yes, you did. And listen. And here's I know we poke fun of you about the bingo card, but I remember going to a Rotary meeting and some gentleman was up there, the head of the School Board Association of Pennsylvania, whatever he was, and he said, "This is the most touchy, closest you can get to being in politics and influence lives by being on a school board." And at that point, I was watching in my neighborhood 2 neighbors having the most brutal fight for a school board seat ever. And then I've watched you do the school board, and I hear, and kudos to anybody that will give up their time to be a part of a school board anywhere. Because, Nick Paradise was running.
It's
Larry Pantuso,
I didn't know
that. All those. And so kudos to anybody that would give up their life to be a school board, because it is clearly not easy.
And it's not paid.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean,
and I talk
whatever
all the
you want to
time-
say, it's not easy. That's
I
for
talk
sure.
all the time about Allie, and guess what? She's in studio. So Allie, you
that?
don't even need. You're just known as Allie.
Just flew in
Just
from
like
Germany
Madonna.
for this
Just
interview,
like
right?
Madonna, Cher, Allie.
That's been my dream.
Right.
It's been my dream come true,
Hey,
Rachel.
whatever we can do. But I thought of you because we do, as he said, we do talk about the school board. I at least talk about the school board a lot. And most recently, after a meeting, I told you that we had the honor and privilege of meeting Carrie from the Department of Education, because, as you know, we have a very much affiliation to the building trades here. And as I chair Beatty Tech, and I'm so proud of that, that's on my bingo card as well. I just think it's so important to talk to people like you about the importance of school board and PSBA, because most recently you were in Germany because you are the president of the PSBA. Tell us, what is the PSBA?
The PSBA is the Pennsylvania School Boards Association. So it is a nonprofit member association for school board members or school boards in the state of Pennsylvania. And it was the first school board association founded in the country.
How about
Is that
that?
right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So, Allie, you have a full-time job, and then you have this 4th and 5th full-time job called school board president, right?
Yep.
And you just went over to Germany for a meeting. So, boy, you really get a lot of exposure. And I guess in your full-time job versus school board, what's been the one that's taught you the most real life experience, do you think?
Oh, I hope my bosses aren't listening. I have learned so much about people and dynamics and relationships from school board. I mean, Rachel and I could tell you stories. I've learned so much from her. And you know what I'm talking about. And just about leadership, and, they call it servant leadership. All of this volunteering and how important public education is, and how important it is to our communities. So I would have to say I've learned more from school board.
And, I think that would be really because you're involved in so many different people's lives at that point. But you went over to Germany. What was that all about? And, are we going to ask the question, are we ahead or are we behind as far as when you go over there to hear other schools?
Interesting.
Oh, yeah, that's an interesting question. Yeah, so the PSBA Institute, which is like a separate financial entity from PSBA, has been partnering with the American Council on Germany, which is an organization that was formed after World War II to improve German and U.S. relations. And they've been partnering with them on an educational study group. So this is the 3rd year that they've sent people over. So they took 12 people this year. There were 8 school board members from across the state of Pennsylvania, a couple of superintendents, and then 2 elected officials from the state went with us. And it was really about, a learning exchange program and the opportunity to learn about the German education system, talk to them about some of their challenges, speak to them about some of our challenges, and really get to experience and immerse yourself in a different culture, in a different country, and hopefully bring back some information to share with fellow school board members in Pennsylvania. So,
what was your biggest takeaway?
I had so many takeaways. I mean, about the schools, I thought it was really interesting that they have the same challenges that we have, even though they have a very different, and this would be more than a few minute segment to explain the way their schools work, because they actually funnel kids into vocational and apprenticeship programs at a very young age, which is interesting. Like at the end of elementary school, they essentially decide whether they're going to be on a vocational track or an educational track.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And they learn English very early, right?
Yes. So they learn English in first grade. First grade. These first graders were so adorable. We were in a first grade classroom and their English was so great. I mean, when you learn a language, you learn like a few like weird words and sentences at first. So I think they had just done an interesting lesson, because this one first grader ran up to me and she said, "You are so pretty and cool."
You're like, come home with me.
That must have been in your lesson this week. But anyway, to answer your original question, they really are, even though the schools are so different, and they really are facing some of the same challenges we are with in conversations about cell phone usage in school and about AI in school. It was a top AI in schools and how it should be used by teachers and by students. And that was a topic that came up at almost every meeting.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's
particularly the cell phones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you told me, as you said, this could go on for hours, but one of the things that were different was the manner in which the schools are set up in terms of security, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we are so secure in our schools. I mean, we can only speak to North Hills, obviously, and those who we speak with, but there's such an emphasis on security and keeping our kids secure because of a series of things that have happened, and it's different there, right?
It is different there. There's no school security. They don't have any school police officers. They don't have the same kinds of issues that we have with gun violence in Germany as we do in America. And so they don't really have school security at all. You can basically just like walk into the schools.
How about that?
Kids as young as first grade walk themselves to school or take public transportation. They're very free. Like they run between buildings and outside. And it's just a completely different environment from what
isn't that interesting?
Yeah, for sure. Listen, you flew in from Germany for this. Can you stay with us for a few more minutes?
Yeah,
seems crazy to let you go now, right?
Of course.
And our next topic is about education as well. So you good to stay for a little bit?
Of course, yes.
Nice. Good.
It's John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. And brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight-loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Beat the spring cleaning rush with Zero Res. This week, flash sale. $50 per room of carpet clean for unlimited rooms and whole system duct cleaning for just $5.99. Visit ZeroResPGH.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is Rachel and John. We are back, and we have quite the learning to do. John is situating everybody in the I almost said office, in the studio. Allie from PSBA, from North Hills School Board. She is the president. A big shout out, because I have served with her for 6 years now, and she's been the president all 6 years. I would vote year and year and year and year again, because she's quite the leader, and she is so invested in the education, specifically math. If you want to ask her what is most important to her, she's going to tell you math. But she really has her finger on the pulse of what's needed, and she's learned what are the hills worth dying on, because you can't change everything, unfortunately. And there's certain things that you have to accept and compromise, and other things that are worth really going that extra mile. So I'm really glad that I can't believe it's taken this long for you to come on and talk, but you're also president of PSBA. And I love the fact that you were able to go, as John said, to Germany. He said you just got back. You got off that plane and came here to see us. We're excited. Yeah. Right. But, you were going through your takeaways, and it's interesting to me that you were saying the cell phones and AI are two big topics that obviously we're talking about here regularly, and you're hearing that over there. What was something that you found favorable that maybe was shocking, or you weren't expecting them to say? They very much like Americans. They like the culture.
Something that I thought you were going to say something was shocking about AI or cell phones.
No.
I kind of went over there and I wasn't sure.
Yeah, what to expect
at all. And they loved Americans. They were so excited. They were so friendly. They were so welcoming. I fell in love with the country, honestly, and I didn't expect that.
I've heard that, yeah.
Yeah, the food was amazing. It's beautiful over there. And everybody was just so welcoming and so friendly, and so interested in hearing about America.
So do you think they learned more about schools here, or do you think you learned more about schools over there?
I mean, I hope that I learned more about schools over there since I was fully immersed. But the great thing is that they're actually sending over a group of Germans to Pennsylvania, and they will be visiting North Hills on Monday. So I'm hoping we'll give them the opportunity to teach them more about public education in North Hills.
And John, you should know that, because in our calendar, it says, Rachel, lunch with the Germans at North Hills. Rachel. So hopefully.
Right. And just a fun fact, so this is specifically from the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, and that is, they have a sister state relationship with Pennsylvania.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
How about that?
So it's a fun
the
fact
things
for
you
you.
learn.
Yeah.
Yes. And speaking of learning, you could learn more about Germany.
Oh, wow. At my library.
Yes, your library,
Northland
the Rachel
Public.
Library,
Yeah.
the RL Rachel Library.
Well, I talk about that all the time, because we did a podcast from Northland Library, and I said, this is like my library. Like, this is mine. It's the place that we go, because it's right neighboring North Hills. And Alice, I think you've been on to talk about the amazing gala, the fundraiser that you guys do every year.
Annual big
deal
fundraiser, and it is your library. It is the library for North Hills. It's the library for a lot of the North Allegheny footprint.
Sure.
So we carry a very, very big area.
Yeah.
And I love having the students come in after school. that can walk there, and now we have a coffee shop. So
how about that?
Yeah.
How has that gone? I haven't even asked you.
I think we have. Oh, it's excellent.
Yeah.
When we go in for meetings, I make sure the first time we had a meeting, I thought, I'm going to give myself extra 5 minutes. Then I was third in line, so I thought, oh no,
yeah,
I have to give myself 15 minutes
Yeah,
before
that's
a meeting
great.
so I can get my coffee. But yeah, so we have about, I think, 18,000 people that come in daily. We have really increased our numbers since our big reveal of what we call the new Northland. So this Garden Gala, Phantom of the Library, so exciting because it's really the first time we're going to have a large event in the new Northland Library. So all of
because there was still construction.
$1 million
Yes.
construction is over.
Oh, wow.
And it is wonderful. Everybody who walks in just can't believe how much natural light comes into the library. So we now complement the amazing staff we have. So we have this great staff that is so welcoming. And now our building is just as welcoming. So we still have the 2 entrances, but it's wonderful. So every time I walk in, and I've seen it multiple times, I go, wow, we really do have a cool library.
I love that you do the event at the library. Like that is, to me, when you hear gala or you hear major fundraiser, people tend to do it off-site. They tend to use, a venue or a location that is, more grandiose, but your place is grandiose now. So why not utilize? And I think it's so smart from a marketing perspective that you are allowing people to see the space in which you are raising the money for, right?
Oh, absolutely. And as the president of the Northland Public Library Foundation.
Look at us with two presidents.
Two presidents right here. No security, nothing.
Yeah.
Security.
Right.
Yeah.
We were able to fund the entrance sign. So when you are going on the road, on Cumberland Road, that sign was funded by us. So this is the foundation's signature fundraiser of the year. And we never wanted it to be boring because our fundraising committee is all about a theme.
Amazing.
We're always about a theme.
Yeah.
So last year we had the Through the Looking Glass, the Alice in Wonderland theme. And
Loved it.
All fantasy inside the library. We have a young girl who makes these amazing dresses out of books, and she's such a wonderful contributor to our decor. But we have, which I think is amazing, about 30 to 40 people that come in that day to help transform the library.
Wow.
And we have a steady committee that just fundraises, about 15 people that come in and organize our basket raffles, organize our decor, the central planning committee. And it's really a hands on deck. And you can see when I attend these meetings how much love there is for the library.
Allison, from a school board standpoint or school standpoint, do you all influence, or Rachel too, right?
Hey, John.
Do you influence at least the, I'm speaking to the president.
I know, I get it, yeah.
Yeah, they came with no security, which is really cool. So do you try to make sure that, yes, there's a library in the schools, but do you try to make sure the students know and are plugged into the local library? Is there a purposeful
absolutely.
action for that?
Yeah, absolutely. And the library has so many wonderful summer programs too that I know that our students enjoy and partake in. And libraries are so important. So, like Rachel said, I always think of Northland as our library.
Yeah.
And
something that comes to mind, Alice, I think you might know this because of your North Hills ties. January is School Board Appreciation Month, right? So all schools do things differently. And you know what I'm going to say. I made the decision to run again this term that I'm in based on my emotions. I turned to Allie and I was like, I love this day so much because our school actually utilizes the library as the way to really highlight the various school board members. So you have a book that is dedicated to a library, obviously on North Hills campus, on your behalf. And it sometimes has something to do with either your spirit or something you're interested in, or something that your child sees within that book. And so we have a bunch.
Rachel, I remember that meeting because Rachel was just crying. I was. I looked over and I was like, Rachel, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, and I was like, I have to run again.
Yeah.
Wait, which meeting does she not get emotional at, right?
Well, she does. She
wears
cries
her
a
heart on her
lot.
sleeve.
Yeah, she cries a lot, but I understand. Yeah, I cry a lot too.
Cry and run from a fight. We're saying cry because there's so many emotional things.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yes.
You care so much.
Passion.
Yeah, it's true.
It literally, like the shirt I have is this heart is over my heart for Love Your Library because
it's your thing.
It is my thing because we have programs from infant programs all the way to our book clubs and our travel series. We have rooms that you can rent, so you can rent out. We have a brand new conference room that's gorgeous, again, with all those windows in there, floor-to-ceiling windows. We have something for everybody. We can rent out power tools. Who knew? And
Just like
audiobooks.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So
amazing.
We have a lot of things. And and it's so exciting because our fundraising committee, all the extras that the library is asking for, because we are funded by the municipalities that we serve, and we are very, very grateful for that. But there's always something special, extra, something that is not in that budget.
Alice Beckett-Rumberger, we need to continue this conversation and find out from you what to expect this year. What's the party all about, and how can we help raise money? It's John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Use less and earn more this summer with Duquesne Light Company. Join Peak Saver Rewards and earn rewards by using less electricity during short summer events. These events only happen a few times each summer, last a few hours, and DLC will let you know ahead of time when these events will happen. During an event, turn down air conditioning, wait to use big appliances, and earn about $5 during each event from June to September. Visit DuquesneLight.com/peaksaver to enroll today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps, or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Take advantage of our Mother's Day sale, which starts now. It's our best deal of the year. Save up to 60% off. Visit legacybox.com/radio, and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/radio for 60% off. legacybox.com/radio.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean. Hell yeah, that's the way we get down. Let a hick down underneath this Amarillo's. Yeah, let's go! You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Ross Park Mall, and Broken Bow Records.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News special report. U.S.-Iran peace talks have wrapped after 15 hours of negotiations. Iranian media say they will resume at sunrise Sunday in Pakistan. CBS's Ellie Bauman says Vice President Vance is with the U.S. delegation.
Heading into the talks, Vance was optimistic.
If the Iranians are willing to negotiate in good faith, we're certainly willing to extend the open hand. If they're going to try to play us, then they're going to find that the negotiating team is not that receptive.
At issue is not only Iran's nuclear program, but its disruption of traffic, including oil transportation through the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. military says 2 destroyers have now traveled through the strait ahead of mine clearing. President Trump.
Now, what we do is we'll open up the strait, even though we don't use it, because we have a lot of other countries in the world that do use it that are either afraid or weak or cheap. I don't know what it is, but we were not helped by NATO.
CBS News Special Report, I'm Heather Bosch.
Time to bring some fresh colors to your home. Call Serta Pro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Indoors, outdoors, get the quality job you want at a price you'll appreciate with a detailed estimate. And each Serta Pro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. So schedule your pre-estimate online at CertaPro.com, that's Serta with a C, and take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. That's Serta Pro Painters.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
Go back in time at Ian Miller Antique Mall in Verona, where you can save 20% during their April spring sale through April 15th. Find that toy or doll from your childhood when you browse 4 floors of antiques from over 100 vendors with new items added daily. Ian Miller Antique Mall is at 614 East Railroad Avenue, Verona. Open Tuesday to Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. The April spring sale runs through April 15th. Call 412-828-3288 and like them on Facebook.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Sunshine and a few clouds this afternoon with a high temperature nearing 60. Tonight will be clear early, then some clouds move in late, low 40. Tomorrow, clouds and some intervals of sun becoming much warmer for the afternoon, high 78. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Back to Rachel and John on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, here we go. So we're talking about so much education.
Come on, John.
I was
How do you not listen to Aerosmith and not
I was letting you give us the music bit as I was talking, right?
I thought you were going to jump back into our guests.
No. So I'll keep talking. We're talking. We're talking about dreaming on and dreaming on. As in education, we're talking about the library. We're talking about the school board and all these kind of things. Now, none of these functions can happen, at least in the library, without a fundraiser.
For sure.
And we know that the Northland Library up there in the North Hills has done really cool events.
Yeah.
So much so that Alice brought tools. So if you go to the Metropolitan Window Company YouTube channel for KDK, you can see Alice donning on.
It's gorgeous.
Putting on her mask. So Alice, you have very intricate masks. What's the theme this year?
I'm so excited. So this year's theme is Phantom of the Library.
Oh, okay.
A Moonlight Masquerade Ball. Black tie optional. So We're jazzing it up this year. It's going to be the same great event at the library with full access to the library. We have UPMC Health Plan is our presenting sponsor, so we're excited for them. They're also in our neighborhood, so we're excited to have them aboard helping us out, and it's going to be a great night. We have...
and wait, when is it? April 20?
It's Saturday, April 25th.
Okay.
Our VIP tickets sold out.
That's wonderful.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
so we decided last year, I think we had about 150 tickets at VIP. So at our planning meeting, we're like, hey, do you think we could, do like 200?
Yeah.
And you did it.
We did it.
So you
We
have
did
some
it.
general admission left?
So we have some general admission. So if people want tickets, they should go to northlandlibrary.org and they will find the link there for the Garden Gala, Phantom of the Library.
And let's rephrase it. The title should be "Take a Break from the Draft, You Jags."
For sure.
Yeah, that's the gala, because by that time we're all tired of it, tired of sitting in traffic, and we don't want to complain. We love the fact that it's here, but we need a break from it, right?
North Hills is the best place. No traffic.
for sure.
No traffic. And free parking. Free parking,
Hold on.
and we have a shuttle.
Let's be a little more realistic. North Hills does have traffic, but good parking. I'll give you good parking.
It's like just by the mall in the holidays is where there's the traffic on
McKnight Road is not. Yeah.
And the cool part is that you don't necessarily have to be affiliated with the library, because it's a fun night in itself, right?
Exactly. That is the whole point of it, is the fun night. And maybe you don't go to the North Hills often enough. Who doesn't? But maybe you are one of those people who don't venture up to the North Hills. You want to check out our library, maybe give you suggestions for your library, or just supporting libraries in general. We are still part of the Carnegie Library system, but every library is unique and special and raises its own funds to take care of our own unique.
And to your point, if someone has not visited, because there are so many things that you offer, resources, and now you even have tools and an audio book, rental and things of that nature. If you haven't seen it and you want to go out for a great evening and really help the library, this is the night to do it.
Exactly. It really is so much fun. We have a sommelier table that will explain different wines. We have, our VIPs get free tickets to our bar, and there's always a signature drink of the evening.
Oh, I remember this, yeah.
Yeah, it's a surprise for that. But that bar is an open bar for everybody.
Okay.
And then we have very local food vendors that come in.
I love that.
Bravo is one of our favorites. They come in, support us. Sorgels comes in, supports us.
If Rachel comes... Will you allow her to sing at least
I'm
one
on the
song,
radio. I can't.
Right?
That was she can sing. Yeah. She can totally sing.
Yeah, right?
Yes,
because I feel like you wouldn't be able to say no. If you listen to the radio every Friday and Saturday, she breaks into song.
But do you know that next Saturday I'm singing at Jurgles? So if you would like to stop by.
Are you really?
Yes.
Really? You didn't?
Yes.
Why am I just learning this now?
You don't want to announce it. You just announced it. By the way, we didn't have the microphones on to the whole radio station audience right there.
Yes, because I'm turning 50 on May 3rd and I don't want to. So we're having like a little impromptu April 18th with Totally 80s. I'm going to sing.
Is this like a birthday party
Tiffany.
that I wasn't invited to?
No, I'm telling you to come. It's not a birthday party at all.
Something else.
It's because on the podcast, Tracy books the podcast. And if John says, I want to do this thing, Tracy's like, done. And I don't always want to do the things. And I said, it's never what I want. And she said, listen, I tried to get you in Greece. Nobody wants you. Because I really wanted to be Rizzo and nobody wants me. Not even North Hills. Miss Sarah's No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, so I opted for calling my dear friend Liz from Totally 80s. And she's like, sure, come sing an 80s song. So that's what I'm going to do. You guys should totally come.
So fun.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So if she shows up at the gala, you need
It's
to
not
let her
because I
just
think
sing.
I'm a good singer. It's just because I love to sing.
She enjoys
I can't help
singing.
myself.
She's a walking jukebox.
I am.
She really is.
I love it.
Just give her a phrase.
Ellie knows.
That's the night some night we'll have to come in here and everybody just fires off phrases.
Oh, I want to play that
game. And we'll have
game.
a stopwatch because within 3 seconds she'll sing a song.
Our finance guy, Jerry, I always say he needs a walk-up song. I start, Jerry, every time he comes in. And then I say, you need a walk-up song. He laughs.
We all do. I really think that would make the meetings a lot more fun.
It would make them so much more fun.
I think
We're fun
you
people.
need Kid Mental to come to your
Don't tempt me with a good time.
Wiki.
John, speaking of a good time, Alice is here. She gets to tell everybody where to get tickets for this amazing gala. But before you do that, we need to ask you a couple of Yinzer questions. Are you prepared?
I'm on it. I'm
Okay.
on it with my notes.
We will start with a neighborhood nuh-uh. Is there something about your neighborhood or a favorite neighborhood within Western Pennsylvania that would make us say nuh-uh? Do you have that story?
So this year is the United States is celebrating 250 years. So McCandless Township is celebrating 175 years.
I love that.
Yeah. So I'm on the committee to celebrate all year
You're on
long.
every committee. Like, I don't know. We need to talk about South Hills because I have a feeling you're not on committees.
I'm not on South Hills. But I'm on the committee for that. We have a great race happening in North Park. But in McCandless Township, we have the North Hills Heritage Museum. So we have all kinds of super cool artifacts, pictures of roads, McKnight Road.
Yeah.
Before it looked crowded.
Super busy.
Before the Ross Park Mall was there. Northway Mall pictures. I think there's a picture of the Northway Mall with the bird cage.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
That's an iconic picture.
Cool shopping. Yeah.
That's a pretty cool thing we have in our community.
What would make us revoke your Yinzer card?
So I actually asked my husband about
People
this.
get so afraid.
I was afraid, but to be completely honest, I don't really drink icy light beer.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and I've tried that. So I even on my little paper, I made a little sad face. So I said, "Baby,
that makes it better.
I'll try."
And what about your procrastination destination? Is there a place that you've not been where you say, "I'm gonna get there," but you've not done it?
Yeah. So because we have so many family that lives out of town and in other countries, and I literally feel like I could be the tourist guide of Pittsburgh. But the only place that I really haven't been, because I've been to every museum, all different bars and walks, but I've never been on a bike through that, the Color Park.
Oh,
I still
somebody else
haven't
said the
been
Color
there.
Park.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I want to do it because I did a bike ride one time for Jeremy Raymer, and we had this whole fun bike ride through all of the murals that he did. And it was like so much fun. And they're like, hey, we had this like little bike ride there, and I've never done it, and I want to. So get a bike, go on the Heritage Trail.
Color Park. I love it. Alice, where does everybody find out information about this amazing event?
So go to northlandlibrary.org.
Easy enough?
Yeah, it's easy enough. Northlandlibrary.org.
Get your tickets.
And it says gala tickets.
Click it and buy.
Click it, buy. VIP sold out, and
get your GA.
Buy Rachel a ticket and she'll sing.
Listen, before we go, and that is obviously very important news, but Allie, pretty big earth-shattering news that you got as well.
Me?
You are going to be a part of the Strawberry Jello Pretzel Salad contest. John, do you know this?
I am.
Do you?
Right?
It's breaking news to you, John.
Yeah.
Wow.
Who chose you?
Who chose me? Nothing But Cakes chose me. They partnered with our foundation, and so I'm really excited. Rachel invites me every year.
I do, and she was like, "You were bound and determined for me to come this year, weren't you?"
She's gonna find a way.
But Alice, what's interesting is I hear that Aisho Melange is back, so we might have to make another. You've been their benefactor for 2 years.
And she's awesome, my goodness. And she's opened her own coffee shop.
Baked Bean.
So I do want to go there too.
South Hills.
South Hills. You're going to be on the committee.
Be on another committee.
I'm going to do it.
The committee that bridges the north and the South Hills.
I'm telling you, ladies, it was such a pleasure. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so
And
much.
next up, we're going to get the union perspective. Dun, dun, dun. More learning with John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Did you feel that drafty breeze from your windows this winter? Yikes, it was scary cold. But just as scary is that you now know that your windows will let in that hot, humid air all summer. Let PJ Fitzpatrick help reduce your utility bills with custom-made, double-insulated replacement windows. PJ provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for your new windows. That's trustpj.com.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight-loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Independence Health System has joined the Center for Organ Recovery, CORE, in celebrating National Donate Life Month and is encouraging people to register to become organ and tissue donors. A single donor could save 8 lives and positively impact hundreds more. Nationally, more than 100,000 people are waiting for an organ transplant, including 7,000 in Pennsylvania and over 500 in West Virginia. This April, help Independence Health System and CORE save lives. Sign up to become an organ, tissue, and cornea donor at core.org/register.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
We're continuing the education theme here.
Yeah, and good songs.
Yeah, and so with this as a person, Anthony, we have known Anthony Joseph for quite some time here, and now we have the pleasure of working with him in his group.
Indeed.
And we just talked about going to the library. In the library, you can get out books on how to do pretty much anything, as well as get tools.
How about
to
that?
do pretty much anything.
Seriously,
And-
they're now doing like renting tools.
Yeah.
Like
at the library.
tools?
Yes, construction
Yeah.
tools.
Yeah.
You know who else does it that we know is Millville. And it's called the Millville Tool Library. And on one side, John and I podcasted from there years ago. One side is your typical, like, for research and things like that, books and audio and all that kind of stuff. And then on the other side, they have an actual area. It's like a mini Home Depot, right? Like, there were so many different tools. And now Northland has done the same thing.
Anthony, I'd have to think, first of all, let's introduce you. Anthony Joseph from the Bricklayers Back 9, Local 9 out there in Monroeville. And I'd have to think, though, that, Anthony, your garage is someplace where anybody could come borrow any tool.
Oh, maybe not as much as it was 5 years ago before I became the apprentice coordinator. I've actually given quite a few of them away.
Okay.
As I don't need them as much as I used to.
Yeah.
So I like to give them to some of my coworkers and even some of the apprentices to use.
Yeah.
Different than my life. I know nothing about any of this stuff. And my father-in-law used to give me tools all the time. And everybody in the neighborhood used to come to my garage. Hey, can I borrow your 7/16 and a blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, I don't even know where it is, but it's in the drawer downstairs. So
Aren't you glad this guy's doing some marketing?
Hey, you find the right lane, John.
Yes, that's right. Howard and I have the same conversations, like, whatever. So, but Anthony Joseph, you are here, Local 9 Bricklayers. And first of all, it's not just bricklayers. So that's the first mistake. Let's go ahead and talk about what your union trains people to do.
Yeah, so in the Bricklayers and Allied Crafts Workers, which is the other half of our union, that's comprised of the tile trade, which is my trade.
Okay.
I'm not a bricklayer by trade. We have terrazzo, which if you go out to the new airport, all that beautiful shiny white floor is a terrazzo flooring.
Sure.
We have stonemasons, and we also have what they call PCC, which is pointing, caulking, and cleaning, or like I like to call it restoration work.
Okay.
When you look at Western Pennsylvania, and we have such beautiful buildings that are very old and historical, well, when you have winter, and we have brutal winter, and we have freeze thaw, those buildings need to be rehabbed over time. So the brick, the churches, the brick, the stonework, the mortar, you see them dull and dingy, and scaffolding goes up, comes down, and they look bright and brand new.
Yeah.
That's us. So a lot of restoration work.
Something that you said, and I've talked to you so many different times, but something that you said that just struck me, you said you wanted trial.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why that and not brick? So many people, it seems to me, when you speak in general terms, somebody would know brick more so. Is that fair?
Yeah. I mean,
is it something that was like in your blood? Was it a family thing?
No. So honestly, I'll make the long story as short as possible.
Do it.
So I come from a family that's highly educated. All of my uncles, my dad, my sisters. I actually went to college first.
Okay. For what?
For accounting.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So did John. Yeah.
And look where I am. Right.
I didn't get into the trades until I was 29.
Okay.
And it's because of my brother-in-law. Mm-hmm. He actually was opposite of me. His whole family grew up in the trades.
Okay.
And he actually asked me to come work for him.
Oh.
In his towel business. And that is how I got started. So when we talk about things like apprenticeship and not having a skill set and having that ability to learn it, I lived it.
Yeah.
So you get it.
I get it.
Yeah.
Yes. And the 29 thing is not necessarily foreign to most people, because as we've done work with the various building trades, we find people all the time that did 2, 3, 4 years in college and said, man, I just wish I would have known this other life existed. And part of it is that it's debt free by the time you're done. It's certainly hard work, and it's certainly a lot of traveling, to maybe long drives, short drives, depending on where you're working, but it is debt free. And I think the one thing we're talking about, we just had the school board president here, and we need to get the school board people like Rachel and their president to impress upon the counselors, this is a career, not just a job for the kids who don't want to go to college.
Yeah, and the reason why is most of our trades, actually all of them, pay over $40 an hour as a journey worker, anywhere from 41 to 42. Plus, when you talk about your benefits, your health care, your pension, and your annuity, which is a 401k, we're paying out $67 an hour is what a tradesperson makes. And what I tell young people, because that's who I talk with the most, so we don't incur debt, but we are trained. And an apprenticeship is a 4-year program where instead of going to college and paying for tuition, you're actually out earning a paycheck while you're accumulating your skill set. And as you move up through your apprenticeship, your salaries will go up, and when you journey out, you have this amazing money, right, waiting for you. And so on average, you're going to make $75,000 to maybe $85,000, $90,000 a year in your pay, plus another $25,000. They're $100,000 jobs.
Yeah.
Now, how many people get jobs for $100,000 that don't require a college education? Yeah. It's a really, really honest living, but it pays well as well.
And I think as people are noticing, I always talk about my generation. As you heard, I'm going to be 50. So it was that generation where it was like, where are you going to college? It was just the question you got. And you made that decision on where you were going. And obviously there is debt. And obviously you don't know what you want to do when you're 18, 19, sometimes when you're 29 years old. And so that's the biggest mistake, was figuring out, well, I'm just going to pick a school that I have to pay for, and the debt continues to grow, and I'm not happy. What do I do? This is something where you're figuring out what it is.
Yeah. And
while you learn.
Right. And that is what is nice about the apprenticeship. If you come in and say it's not right for you, then all you've lost is a little bit of time, right? Which is part of the process of figuring out what you want to do in life, right? So, and then there's no skin off of your back, because then you've actually made money.
Right.
And you move on. So.
And you've learned a skill that you can use even on your own house. If depending on how far you've, if you quit the first week, you probably haven't learned a whole lot. But yeah, but I like the fact that it's a useful skill as well. Anthony, Local 9, we want everybody to know about you guys, the building trades, and we just have really tipped the iceberg, hit the tip of the iceberg here on what we're talking about. Are you willing to stay here, knowing full well that if you have to stay here, you have to answer our user questions as well, and
at some point
possibly challenge Rachel to sing? Are you in for all of those things?
I can do everything, but you definitely don't want to hear me sing. I will not torture your audience.
There you go.
I'm not blessed by the angels.
Neither am I, but
so
I
will spare everybody
we do it
out
anyway.
There you go. All right, we're going to hang out here. It's John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Concerned about traveling during the upcoming draft? Don't be. KDKA Radio and AAA Traffic have you covered. We'll expand our draft coverage with all-day traffic reports on your radio and your social media feeds. It's brought to you by AAA Travel. Travel with someone you trust. And by 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss Orthodox Easter traditions and leftover ham recipes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
She's back. Join Dr. Bridget Schufo at 9 this Sunday morning and see how her wellness and weight loss help you get rid of excess weight and, more importantly, keep it off with a healthy lifestyle. It's Dr. Shufo's Health and Wellness Show this Sunday at 9 a.m.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Heather Bosch. Peace talks between the U.S. and Iran are set to resume at sunrise in Pakistan. They've wrapped for now after 15 hours, according to Iranian media. President Trump insisting,
regardless what happens, we win. We've totally defeated that country.
But as CBS's Ali Bauman reports, the way Trump is handling the war is not without criticism.
Arizona Democratic Senator Mark Kelly expressed frustration with the way the Trump administration has handled the war.
He went into this without a strategic goal that was well defined, and then he keeps moving it around. And because of that, we're in this situation he finds himself in now, which is, how do I get out of this?
Kelly was speaking at the National Action Network's convention and hinted he is weighing a possible eventual run for president.
The war continues to push up gas prices.
Rising gas prices have left many businesses caught between a rock and a hard place. How much, if any, should they raise prices? Jake Krish owns a restoration and cleaning business in Louisville, Kentucky.
We're going to eat the costs as long as we can because everything is expensive. We don't want you to have to go without having a clean house because of the increase in prices.
Krish says his says fuel costs jumped from $15,000 in January to $22,000 in March. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
3 people stabbed at a major New York City subway stop today are expected to recover, but Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch adds.
One of the victims, an 84-year-old man, sustained significant lacerations to the head and the face. A 65-year-old man sustained similar injuries, and a third victim suffered a laceration to the shoulder.
The attacker was fatally shot by police. California Congressman Eric Swalwell's bid for governor may be in jeopardy after claims of sexual assault. The Manhattan District Attorney's Office is investigating. Swalwell said in a social media video the accusation is false. Another airline carrier is announcing changes to their charges. Cairo TV reporter Brandon Thompson has more from Seattle-Tacoma International Airport.
Alaska joins other major airlines in raising their bag fees. The first bag will now cost you $45, the second $55, and the third bag $200. Alaska Airlines says the fees are, quote, due to ongoing volatility in fuel prices in an uncertain global environment. Alaska also says its $5 prepaid discount, that's also going away.
Several other airlines have recently raised charges, too. This is CBS News.
Go to the ends of the earth, half a world away. Reach for the stars.
If I take time to think, they might go get Brad.
On CBS, Sunday morning.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Moms and dads are swearing by a new method to dispense with temper tantrums.
Forget Mary Poppins. There's someone new on the job.
Jessica, where are you?
Parents have discovered a mysterious hack for getting their toddlers to calm down, shouting the name Jessica in the middle of meltdowns.
Hey, Jessica! Jessica?
It worked for this mom when her little boy refused to brush his teeth.
Jessica? Come on, I gotta brush your teeth. Hurry before Jessica comes. She's gonna come. Hurry. She's gonna come.
Moms and dads say any name works. It's all about the timing and the element of surprise and confusion that can shift a toddler's attention. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Some parents are limiting outings for their infants amid a rise in measles cases. Pediatricians say babies too young for shots rely on others to be vaccinated to limit the spread, but vaccination rates have been dropping. I'm Heather Bosch, CBS News.
A luxury vacation home where the only decision is pool time or beach time. Your own private indoor pool, a real movie theater, a kitchen big enough for everyone to cook together. Whether it's a deep water dock on the lake or a private path to the ocean, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the place where this summer's memories are made. And when you book direct, you skip the extra platform fees and you get the best price. Give yourself something better to look forward to this year. Let's be honest, you've earned it. Visit SWAC, SWACK vacations.com.
Aetna was there for me as I was going through a rough medical patch this year. I had peace of mind, which helped with my healing.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with the latest in online tools for easier access to healthcare. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly sunny this afternoon with a high near 60. Clear early tonight, then increasing cloud late, low near 40. Tomorrow, clouds and some sun, becoming much warmer for the afternoon, high 78. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
We're talking bricklaying, we're talking tile setting, we're talking pointing, restoration. We're with Anthony Joseph from Back Nine, the Bricklayers and Allied Craft Workers. Our Local 9 is here, based out in Monroeville, but serving. How many counties do you serve?
So we serve 27 counties.
Wow.
If you would come from Altoona,
yes,
all the way to Ohio, all the way up to Erie, down the West Virginia border. Okay. That's all of our jurisdiction for Local 9.
And that's some of the interesting part of the job is that you could work in your neighborhood for 1 month, and then you get to travel to these other places and kind of see. Isn't that part of the...
It is. I mean, you'll travel within an hour. In the union, everything in the CBA is an hour. As soon as you get over an hour, that could be considered out of town, and then you would stay overnight. So, and I've traveled throughout my career in different states as well. Not all the time, but you sometimes will do out-of-town work and be in different states, which is kind of neat. I've worked in New York, New Jersey, West Virginia, D.C., Chicago.
That's cool.
It's a good way to see different places.
And get paid for it,
Yeah, right. We had Allie Mathis from PSBA and my school board president here, and she was talking about, obviously the importance of education and how different it was. She just traveled to Germany and was talking about the differences in just education in general. And she also knows that I'm a huge proponent, as I am on the school board, with the CTC in our area, which is Beatty Tech. Yes. You are no stranger to CTCs because your role takes that on, where you're going to these CTCs, which are career and training or technical centers, and finding out which students are interested in the field, in the trades, so that you can give a little more perspective about yours.
Yes.
How is that going? Are you seeing a bigger surgence of kids specifically from the CTCs who really want to know more about debt-free learning?
Yeah. So as the apprentice coordinator, I'm also the recruiter, and my favorite thing is spending time in the CTC. So I started during COVID when kids were still having to learn from home.
Yeah.
Sure.
Which in the CTCs was brutal.
Yeah. Sure.
You can't work with your hands
how do you work?
on. Right.
Yep.
So the numbers back then were starting to grow, but the number I've heard now throughout the state of Pennsylvania, the waiting list to get into the career tech centers is 8,000 to 11,000 students. All of our CTCs, I cover 20 of them. All of them have wait lists in the 100. So that adage where younger people don't want to work, or it's not true. I think there's been enough of the college debt and people not making it or having success through college. Now you're shifting back a little bit to a balance of maybe college isn't for everybody. Maybe it is a trade. And here's another thing that we're not going to know yet. The trades are kind of AI proof.
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about AI taking my job. So that is a really good thing that the trades will start pushing over the next probably year to 5 years when you start to see AI take off. How is that going to affect office jobs? Until they build a pretty indestructible robot that can work outside, I don't think AI is taking the place of any bricklayers or tile setters in the near future. So the trades are going to have a lot of job security for a career choice, which
and
is
you
important.
all, this is so important to all of you, so much so that the Carrie Rowe,
yes,
who is she the executive director? Is she the president of the Department of Education?
She's
up there.
Yes.
Secretary?
She's the Secretary of Education for the state of PA.
And she came in and came to your facility to speak on behalf of how important it is to the Department of Education to have that balance.
Yeah. So this past week, the Builders Guild, which is an association in Pittsburgh that has a lot of union affiliation, we called it CTC Summit. We were lucky enough to host it in Monroeville at our training center. And the Shapiro administration has put a lot more money into we'll call it the apprenticeship programs and the career tech centers. I mean, if you look at some of these CTC centers, they're 60-something years old.
Yeah.
And a lot of them have the same problems. The infrastructure of, say, technology and space. And so you have this big crunch in all the CTCs. You've witnessed it. You've been to AW, right?
Right.
So that is what you see. It's a theme throughout the whole state. So every year, to try to keep up with this increase in interest and demand in the CTCs, the state has been very active in trying to put the money out there to help these schools and to help develop more programs and pre-apprenticeship programs and support the apprenticeship programs that are existing.
Yeah. And Anthony, so this is Anthony Joseph from the Bricklayers and Allied Craft Workers, Local 9 here. And Anthony, one of the things I think that in the old days as grandparents, they'd say, please go to school, go to college, because you don't want to experience these layoffs and all that kind of stuff, right? That was kind of like the theme that I remember. But when you look at this, there's a line out the door for people to get into the CTCs, but there's also a really good projection of future work here, right?
Right.
Yeah. So it's kind of funny because when I got in, you would worry about work. And I always say Pittsburgh's kind of bulletproof. It's kind of funny. I got in 2001, so I got lucky enough when 2 stadiums were being built. Then you turn around, and we had a casino in 2008. Then we had a huge housing boom because of Shell, Marcellus Shell and all that. And we always have projects. The colleges help a lot. The schools are always building new schools and remodeling. We have tons of new construction constantly going on in Pittsburgh that people just, beyond the eye. And when you start looking at an hour outside of Allegheny County, Cranberry, all these surrounding areas, Fayette, right? They're all developing, and there's just always projects, the new airport, right? So, I mean, there's always like an anchor project going on in Pittsburgh. And now we're going to have these data centers.
Yeah.
Right? We're talking about AI. They're not going to take our jobs. They're going to create a ton of construction jobs. We don't even know the scope of how much work these projects are going to create in the construction industry. It's going to be a lot.
We want you to know more about it. We want you to visit the website. We want you to follow on social media. But Anthony, we have one Yinzer question that we have to ask you.
Okay.
I know. But we will protect you on your way out.
All right.
What would make us revoke your Yinzer card if we were to find out? We already know my secret is I'm not a huge Primanti's fan. What's yours?
So I put a little bit of thought in this.
Okay.
And mine is Isley's chipped ham.
Is
plain.
that right?
You whispered.
Yeah. Plain.
You whispered it.
Okay.
I like it with barbecue sauce.
Okay.
But I don't like it plain.
Ain't in his lunchbox when you go out there to the apprenticeship. That's so funny. One last thing. What's your procrastination destination, do you think?
Mine would be, I've always wanted to go to Light Up Night.
Okay.
But I have not.
I mean, we host it.
Do you?
You're going to need to come on Team Jag.
I guess I'm going to have to. I guess I'm going to get
suckered in.
Suckered into that.
You're going up on stage with us.
I will. Yeah. I'm there.
Here's the Iron City House Rockers and Anthony.
Anthony, we think it's amazing what you do, and we think it's great that there is another resource specifically for students, but for anybody who's looking for a career change. Where can they find out more information?
You can go on our website, baclocal9.com. That's the best place to go. There's videos. There's more information about each trade. The application process is on there. My contact information is on there. You can call us. Our phone number is 412-825-0923. We will give you information over the phone. But honestly, it's as simple as filling out an application. That's a very basic application for apprenticeship. As soon as that comes in and we review it, if the application is completed, I give a follow-up call and we go from there.
And even if someone you're associated with, either an adult that's not working or happy working their current job, or a kid, they didn't get into the CTC, but they could still come up and visit, take a little tour.
All you need to know about being in the union is the main thing we look for is good work ethic. If you have good work ethic and you're teachable, anyone can do a trade. We have the apprenticeship program to teach you the skill. So what we can't teach you are your soft skills. So people that have good soft skills, that's all you need. So, and look at me.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
That's a great success story.
So, and that's a lot of our members are that way.
Yeah.
So it's just really good work ethic and that desire to want to do it.
That's it. Anthony, thank you so much for joining us. Make sure you follow along on the socials as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is John and Rachel.
Comedy next.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
When your money gets tight, you have to make some tough choices. Do you pay the mortgage, pay the credit cards, or pay the IRS? For lots of people, taxes get pushed aside until the letters start, then the threats, then the action, bank levies, wage garnishments. You can stop worrying. The IRS is offering new opportunities to help you resolve your back taxes. And Guardian Tax knows how it all works. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you may qualify to reduce your total tax debt by a very significant amount, even if you're years behind on filing. But timing matters, and so does who you trust. Guardian Tax knows the system and how to work it in your favor. They step in, deal with the IRS directly, and fight to protect what you've worked so hard to earn. In today's economy, you can't afford to lose more. Call Guardian Tax now for a free confidential consultation. 800-404-4307. 800-404-4307. Don't wait for the IRS to make the next move. Make yours first. Call now. 800-404-4307.
Life-changing medicine is happening every day at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
We have the luxury to be bold, to continue to be pioneers in the world for innovative heart care.
We are the place of discovery. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
By combining technology, research, and the latest innovations, patients from all over the world come to UPMC.
Because of the expertise that exists here at UPMC, it allows us to take on patients that have been turned down at other centers.
We offer unique heart procedures that you cannot get anywhere else. One of our founding mantras is that compassion has to be at the forefront of everything that we do.
From leading the region in cardiac procedures to being the only center in the state to offer integrated women's health and heart care, UPMC is pioneering life-changing cardiac care every day. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more. Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It's Rachel and John, and we are back. KDKA. Listen, like the whole rest of the evening is going to be about comedy. Not us making jokes because we're not that good at it, but there are so many people that are good at it. But, you know, our friend Gary Hahn from the Jamestown, New York area, which we're calling as a suburb of Pittsburgh at this point. Gary, welcome back from the National Comedy Center. Welcome back to KDKA.
Thanks so much, John. Appreciate it.
All right, so listen, we have so many things we want to talk about because the weather's getting nice. We know we're going to need to start drifting places for weekend getaways, and up north to Jamestown is one of those things. But before we get into all of that, Gary, you guys have the annual Lucille Ball Comedy Festival up there, and you made some big announcements in the past week.
We sure did. Yes, we do our Lucille Ball Comedy Festival every August. It's four days and nights of stand-up comedy and Lucy celebration and museum tours and all of that. And we did just announce our lineup for this August, which we're very excited about. The headliners are Jerry Seinfeld.
How about that?
Bert,
I mean,
some
Jerry.
people have heard of him.
Yes, right.
And,
right. All right.
Bert Kreischer and Seth Meyers. So Jerry's on the Thursday night, August 6th. Bert does 2 shows on Saturday, August 8th, and Seth Meyers, of course, from Saturday Night Live and from late night, does a show at 5 p.m. on Sunday, August 9th. So it's really one of the best lineups we've ever had. The headliners perform in the arena right across the street from the National Comedy Center. We have free block parties with live music before each of those shows, which is a lot of fun. So we're really looking forward to it.
Gary, this is, you're right. It is amazing. We've known you for how many years, been working with you for how many years? And
like 5 maybe now.
Yeah. The amazing thing is that Jamestown is so quaint that there really isn't some big, huge arena to come and see these folks. The arena is there. It serves the purpose as an arena, but it's also a very, very intimate setting to see these big comedians.
You're absolutely right. I'm glad you mentioned that, John, because when you think arena, you think Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
This is normally an ice skating rink, seats about 2,200 people. So you are pretty close up no matter where your seat is. It's a great venue for comedy. I mean, we transform it, with the stage and curtains and all things. We transform it into, you would never know it's an ice skating arena. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And but you are up close. I mean, it's a great place to see live stand-up. And then, of course, throughout the 4 days, we also have we showcase new and rising comedians from across the country. We have a stand-up showcase on that Friday night, which really shows some of the best up-and-coming stand-ups. Many of them have been on late night shows. I think Colin was in the showcase, if I'm not mistaken, a couple of years ago.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And that's one of the best shows of the festival, because you're really seeing comedians who are, they're already successful. They're about to break in terms of kind of name awareness, and really, really talented folks. And then in the Tropicana Club, which is named after Ricky Ricardo's Tropicana Club, right above the Lucy Desi Museum, we do late night comedy every night. So what I love is seeing a lot of people who will go to the headliner show or the stand-up showcase, and then they stick around and they'll do a 10 o'clock or an 11 o'clock late night show in Tropicana. It's a little more unedited, kind of a little more blue.
Okay.
But again, great comedians, and that's a really intimate setting because the Tropicana seats about 90. So you're seeing comedy really up close and personal. And we're bringing people that, normally play the Comedy Cellar and Gotham in New York, or they play the Improv in LA. So these are really strong comedians coming to Jamestown, New York, which is only like 2 hours and 20 minutes from Pittsburgh.
Yes, and sometimes you try to make it in less than 2 hours and 20 minutes, but you had time because the state police give you a little ticket. But we're not going to have much.
I don't know why you would think that, John, except for say yes.
Yeah.
That's
but and we've had that experience of coming up there. It literally is. I'm not really oversimplifying by saying you go to Erie, you turn right, and a half an hour later you're there. And on a day like we had today here in Pittsburgh, the sunny, it is just a great drive. Even the Renebecks have done it in a day as a family trip. So, Gary, I'm going to go back to the Tropicana part of it, because I think you had mentioned in a previous conversation it's being redone, but what I recall is it was made to look like Desi's Tropicana from the show. Is it still going to look like that?
Yes, yeah, and it's pretty much done now. We kind of a great paint job and new flooring, etc. But we kept all the elements that look like the Tropicana from I Love Lucy, so that's still in there. And it's not part of the museum tour, so the only way you can see it is really during the festival when we host live shows. But it's kind of fun, and the comedians enjoy it and kind of make fun of it at the same time. And it's just, we get great audiences. I mean, we get people coming to the festival from, usually over 40 states. And for a town that's only about 30,000 people, we bring about 15,000 people into the town.
Wow.
But it's not overwhelming at all. I mean, the block parties, live bands, it's really fun, and it's still kind of easy to get around because it is a small town.
Again, we've been up there. We love that small town feel. Like in Pittsburgh, or like we talk about like how we have all the, as pirate season starts, we see all the banners up on the street like poles, of the various pirates, old and new. And you guys decorate the town the same. There are pictures of comedians and references to comedians all over the town as you're walking around just to go get a coffee.
Yes, yeah, we do try to dress it up. There are a lot of quotes and jokes by various comedians, because we are Lucy's hometown, and so we want to celebrate that. But of course, and we can talk more about the National Comedy Center. We have the Lucy Desi Museum, but we also have the Comedy Center itself, which celebrates all of comedy. And of course, you can't do the festival without spending a few hours in the museums, because that really just adds to the whole experience.
No doubt about it. Gary, we're going to hold you over for one more segment, but in case somebody's bailing out, kind of going to bed early, whatever they need to do, where does everybody find out more? And give us the dates of the Comedy Festival as well, please.
Yes. So you can find out more at comedycenter.org. You can go right to the festival page at comedycenter.org/festival. Tickets are not on sale yet, but there's a member pre-sale, and it doesn't cost that much to become a member. A member pre-sale starts April 27th, and then the public on sale is May 1st. So it's coming up, and you can learn about everything right there at comedycenter.org. And we hope people will come up. It's a great way to spend a weekend or just a day.
For sure. All right, Gary Hahn, National Comedy Center, and we'll be right back. It's John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Crowded waiting rooms, 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Peace talks between the U.S. and Iran resume after sunrise in Pakistan. President Trump says the outcome isn't important because Iran is defeated.
They have no navy. They have no radar. They have no air force. Their leaders are all dead. Khomeini is gone. For many years he ruled. He's gone. With all of that, let's see what happens. But from my standpoint, I don't care.
Ukrainian officials say the country's getting hit by Russian drones. This despite a Kremlin-declared ceasefire for the Orthodox Easter weekend. We're learning about the man accused of stabbing and wounding 3 people at a New York City subway station before police fatally shot him. Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch.
The perpetrator is identified as 44-year-old Anthony Griffin, who has 3 unsealed prior arrests. He does not have documented EDP history with this department.
CBS News Brief, I'm Heather Bosch.
When it's happening, News Radio KDKA is telling you about it.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell.
To the Rooney family, to Art, to Jim Rooney, to now young Dan Rooney, they define Pittsburgh in so many ways. They represent that city in every which way with pride. And I think this draft is something that is really important to all of them and to the Steelers in general.
The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Spring's the season to plant, grow, and glow up. Save on gardening staples from Lowe's during Mulch Week with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch. 5 bags for $10 and select 1 pint annuals for $1. Plus, rewards members get 5 times the points on an eligible mulch purchase because you know how we roll. Members get more at Lowe's. Valid to 4/15 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Point boosters subject to exclusions and more terms apply. Activation required.
When you invite a contractor into your home, you got to trust they know what they're doing. You want to feel good. That's why CertaPro Painters and me have gotten along for more than a decade. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Take advantage of getting the most professional job you can and know that each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your pre-estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, and take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Sunshine and a few clouds this afternoon with a high temperature nearing 60. Tonight will be clear early, then some clouds move in late, low 40. Tomorrow, clouds and some intervals of sun becoming much warmer for the afternoon, high 78. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rachel and John back, KDKA. Again, we're kind of using the end of our show here to talk comedy because our last segment, we actually have one. It's a treasure to have. David Koechner, who has been on The Office, an anchorman. He's in Pittsburgh, and he's going to talk to us about how if you go to a show tomorrow night, Sunday, you actually get special dispensation from the religious people. I don't know how he did it, but that's all right. But in the meantime, we're talking comedy prep and comedy.